So we're going to be getting back into oxygen not included. For those who missed last time, we have got the volcano tamed. We're expanding our main base. The secondary one on the planet with, or the planetoid with the oil has been going smoothly. Like, I have to occasionally go over there and adjust stuff and all that kind of stuff, but it's mostly fine. I am trying to work on getting my astronaut spacesuits over there, because once I do that, then they'll stop scalding themselves every time they go to run the oil on the bottom, so that'll make life easier. We are working on switching over to having a second volcano and probably a third volcano in the first area, producing heat to have, effectively free power. And then I am starting to make a loop that's going to be a super cooling loop for whatever shenanigans we decide to do with that. Probably make our oxygen into liquid oxygen to be a way of cleaning polluted oxygen forever. So we've got all that going on. But we have landed on the radioactive planet. We started our base there. We've got a pretty good going there. I haven't done anything meaningful with the uranium or stuff down there. I don't have the radiation protection set up right. I think there's only 2 dupes there, but we've got all that going. We are fast approaching rotation cycle, whatever they call it. Cycle, I believe it is. 1,000. Well, I got that going. So we can go do our quick base tour, getting into this, and going from there. As a reminder, so the plan is, since we're playing this today, more than likely what's going to happen is tomorrow we'll have Variety Day, where we'll have a whole bunch of keys that the devs have given me over time that I've got a backlog I need to work through. That's part of the reason I've been putting more and more emphasis about at least like 1 day a week, just trying to knock out 3-4 game keys. Alright, so let's take a look at our base. So this is our main area. As you can see, I've got this. This will be our cooling loop. So I'm going to have some ice here, or not cooling loop. Yeah, this will be our cooling. So the plan is to have this running in here, have the steam generation to cool this down, and that right now I have nothing in here, but I want to try and get this colder and colder and colder in this pipe to see if I can get to point of liquefying air, but I'll need supercoolant to do that, and we can't do that yet. So this is basically not doing anything yet. We do have our rocket pad and all that. That's all set up. We have our spacesuits. That's fine. This is what we use to cool off our base for the most part. We have our main living area where oxygen is in dire straits because of power problems. We're having power problems because this has gone dormant again. It's about to come back online. Our power will get fixed. This is our cooling for our volcano nonsense. And we are actively switching this through from oil to petroleum because it's a bit better for our purposes. I was using oil, which is pretty good, and then I realized petroleum was much better. I am starting to get the second one of these online. We are vacuuming this out because my intent is, once I vacuum this out, I want to put a temp shift plate down here, and then I'll put an insulation tile up there to try and drain the heat off there, with the intent of putting a temp shift plate here and just, letting this toggle back and forth. As a precaution, when I do that, I am going to put another insulated plate up here and here. But the idea should be that I should start a steam cycle, and I'm not doing this for any specific purpose. I'm just tinkering and fooling around to see what I can do with the lava down there. But yeah, so I do have this volcano's already tamed. It makes power. I've got this ridiculous, disgusting water pool. One thing that might happen is, if I get things set up the way I want to, I would like to, at some point, try and boil this off to make it into clean water. Just because at the scale, it's not going to be manageable otherwise. Here, I want to continue mining this. So get rid of that. This I'm going to need a ladder for. You've got all that over there. Go ahead and tear that all out. Go ahead and tear this all out. As you can see, I am going through trying to just clean out everything at this point. So you've got all that. Chop those two. We'll back that off that way. Okay, and then up here I haven't bothered with. But yeah, so that's the first base. Then we got our second base. This is going pretty well. It looks like almost all my storage is empty, which is not surprised. This hasn't kicked in yet or anything, but I've got them running this. Need them to enable that building again because my stuff is empty here. But what we got going on with all this is I need to get my atmosphere suits because I'm going to be building... Actually, it hasn't updated yet, but I'll build my atmosphere suits there to require them going down here so that they stop burning themselves dealing with the oil. And I need to get more oil going. The other plan I have with the oil in the main base is to take all that petroleum I just routed there and start getting us on petroleum power more so I'm not sitting there struggling every single time the natural gas thing goes off. And then the next thing we've got going on is this is our base we're setting up on the radioactive planet. As you can see, I've got the rocket pad. We've got all that set up. We are starting a stable base. I need to handle my hydrogen here soon, so that'll give us power generation here that isn't dependent on like running in a wheel or whatever. Yeah, so it's right now we're using the logs and a wheel. I can put hydrogen down here and that'll be good. Now down here we have this ridiculously super cold core. Now we're gonna deal with. We got gold we can get here and all that. And all that kind of stuff. So that's stuff we gotta work on. But right now, radiation's a problem, and then just stabilizing thing. The good news, I got my pips over here to plant all sorts of oxyfern. That's helping a lot. Finally got around to shooting a DM in Discord. I'll try to reduce the number of thoughts I have an audience of you. Understood. It's appreciated. I'll actually go ahead and accept that, so whenever you go to, like, you'll be able to talk, that kind of thing. But yeah, so we got that going on. Anyways, so let's unpause this first. Before we turn everything up, I don't remember exactly what our status is, so I was going with this. Alright, so do that forever. We don't really have any other supplies for anything else here. That's fine. We are working on trying to get all this filled in, because once we get that filled in, we'll be able to reduce the amount of bleed off we have and help protect us against radiation. You go ahead and mine that out so you can get up here. You can build all this. The activity is good, but it's easy to dominate if it's like 5 ideas at once. Yeah. No, absolutely. It is appreciated. It is one of those things that, like, when we had the conversations, like, I really appreciate... That was weird. I really appreciate the conversation, but sometimes, like, alright. It's like, if no one's talking, it's absolutely not a big deal. But, like, if other people are talking, just getting drowned, that's the thing. It's like, oh, even if I appreciate the thoughts, like, alright. Hey, Cardinal, how's it going? Alright, so this looks like it's pretty okay for the moment. So let's check on Combusto or whatever this is. So there you just have irrigation. That's I just don't have enough polluted water. Get that cleaned up. You're doing better now? Excellent. Good to hear. Clean up all that. Alright. So now we've got this going on. Let's go ahead and start trying to get this online. So what I need to do is we'll have an atmosphere suit checkpoint going that way. An atmosphere suit docks. Oh, stations. There you go. Those will need oxygen shipped into them. I don't actually think I have a pipe that provides oxygen, now that I think about it. Like, we filter out the hydrogen, and that goes here. Otherwise, I think we just dump that out the other side. Hey, not a whole lot of Ogoso. So I think I'm going to actually do is, even though it's a waste of power, is I think I'm going to put a pipe here for oxygen and start putting some of the oxygen down here. Speaking of which, power. You got plenty of power to spare on that line, so we can go ahead and attach you here. So that'll be good there. Alright, so you can potentially overload yourself. But it could be I just need to run a conductive wire through here. We'll see. So in the meantime, ventilation. I'm going to want a gas filter. Okay. Okay, so gas filter off that. And if there's too much, you can pump the oxygen down here. Get a gas bridge. That's not the way it needs to go. I'd play some D4. Just want to catch in and say hello. Well, you have a good time. I hope you enjoy it. I personally haven't played yet. I might play at some point, but I'm gonna try and get a hold of the key. It's just not on my budget to buy right now. Okay. Well, welcome in, Ogozo. I hope it's going well. Let's see. I tried to watch to see if unrelated stuff is scrolling on the flurry. Also, channel chat is absolutely abysmal for trying to retain or look back for something relevant. Even if you're good with just using /user or whatever to isolate one-person messages, yeah, there's some stuff that has improved there and all that. For those also, I mentioned that there's just kind of chaos happening on Twitch right now. For those who haven't caught what is going on, Twitch came up with a whole policy that the way it was written, if you had a sponsor, like you sought out your own sponsor kind of thing, that, oh, it's a short one, that basically there's a thing called a burnt-in ad. What a burnt-in ad is just that, like, when someone gets a computer that, like, you know, Intel pays to give them a computer kind of thing, so they sponsor a stream, and then they put, like, the little Intel logo somewhere up here on the screen, that's a burnt-in ad. It's an actual advertisement in the actual, like, screen. You can't get rid of it. It's physically part of the stream. And so they were making a policy very, very heavily restricting that. And unfortunately, the reality of what that did was it made it so with that policy, you know, you just basically couldn't consume. What was the thing? Let's see. Suited duplicates may pass even if there's no room to store their suits. So I'm going to disable that building right now. And the reason is because they don't have their suits here yet. So that way they can pass by without restriction, but we're going to get that turned on. That is the plan, at least. But, it is much more utilitarian. Yeah. But, so what ended up happening, though, is, like, for people who get, like, the sponsorships with, like, energy drinks or whatever, like, it pops in from the sides, like, 30% off. That would be against the new terms of service that your account could get suspended for it. They had, like, the little animations. There was the, kind of the way it would get caught is, like, if you had a charity stream, but because sometimes the charities will pay the streamer, like, $100 to do the charity stream, and then, you know, like, they would get the money out of it, just to kind of, like, not make the not make the streamer also have to, like, give up a bunch of money for it and all that. Some do, some don't. Most of them don't, but there are a few who do when they're doing, like, the more organized professional events, because they'll also do stuff like giveaways and all that. I've only done one of those ones, but technically, if I were to stop and then play a video for that charity, if they paid me anything, it would have been in violation of the policy. It sounds like they're backing off of it because I don't think I've ever seen the content creators on Twitch rally together more about being completely pissed off than that, because it directly cuts into our ability to make revenue, because, you know, subs don't pay well, bits cost you a lot more and all that, so it's kind of conventional wisdom that if you're going to, you know, get revenue on Twitch, the first step is to get revenue not on Twitch. Yeah, where did the, like, overlays and Twitch extensions fall into that scheme? So the key is it has to be a sponsor is the problem. Is the key here. If they are directly giving me as the content creator money to do it, that is when it gets in there, because that's a sponsorship. So, like, it would be okay if, say, I have a merch store and I put a little badge on my screen to say, hey, look at my merch store. Like, very genuinely, when I go, like, on breaks, I have a little thing on Ko-Fi. That's fine, because I'm effectively sponsoring myself. Twitch suggests that you consider Patreon for your Twitch support. Yep. But, supposedly, they came back when everyone got super upset, and they said, no, we're just trying to prevent, like, third-party ad platforms from, you know, getting into Twitch. It's like, okay, maybe that's true, but man, it's real hard to not just feel like this is 100% you just trying to shoulder content creators out of being able to make revenue that you can't take a cut of. It really did feel like that, because they just started they added a feature on Twitch not too long ago that lets them do branded content for them to, you know, someone to sponsor your stream, where it would, like, dump 1,000 subs on your channel or whatever, and then, you know, that would be their sponsorship, which means you would get all that, and then Twitch would take half of it, because that's how subs work. But yeah, Cough's take. Right. So it does sound like they did back off that policy, which is a thing that's happened while we were streaming today. Like they announced it before stream because it's going around to some of the other people's Discord, so I knew who were using something like that. It's like, hey, just so you know, Twitch put this policy in, and that sponsorship you're doing is technically against TOS now. I don't blame you for anything, but you know, you gotta be careful. All right, so I need them to get back inside because you're getting hurt by the radiation. I need you to go back inside. I actually don't know how much radiation is the point that it's super dangerous for him. Please finish the tile. Hey, look. Right now, I'm going to have to tell you to go here. I want you to build that, but right now I need you to not die of radiation poisoning. See, I don't know, I saw the satellite pictures of the smoke cloud coming from Canada wildfires, but today it was centered directly on New Jersey, and I'm sure, it sure felt like it. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting all that. Because I need to get more insulation here. So the next big thing I need to do in this one is I have got to get this hydrogen under control. Because we are using an electrolyzer for supplementing our air now, which spits out hydrogen, which is nice because that gives me a power source. But it's also a problem because it spits out hydrogen and I don't have a place to store that. I could definitely build the storage down here for now. You know, stop there so the water doesn't spill all in. Actually, that's an enclosed area. That's fine. So we'll do that. I can... So I shouldn't even need the big pump. Do I? I don't have plastic here. Never mind. We'll use the big pump. I was like, I shouldn't need the big pump. It's like, oh, right. I don't have plastic. I can't make a big pump. That's fine. Little pump it is. Because then we can go ahead and take this down here. Oh, and... alright. So, I need to put the filter in. I think we put the filter down here. I know you can do all the fancy stuff with the filters. I'm not going to bother with it, honestly. So we're going to do... And the reason I'm not going to bother with it is... Then I have to make sure it's always cycling and doing all this sort of stuff. And for a base, it's like kind of haphazardly set up like this. Nothing you need. Alright, and we'll put a gas vent here. They'll put a power line here. How close are you to being able to overpower? So you can technically get overpower. But the next thing I would do is eventually I want to put a hydrogen power plant on this. Right now it's not going to be worth doing because I don't have enough hydrogen to matter. Once we start filling this up, then I can add like a hydrogen... Well, actually, I want a smart battery before I worry about that. But we can add in the hydrogen power plant once we start pushing our limits. Store all the hydrogen in fire. Or does this... Man, I'm realizing how many emojis I'm missing. I've been cutting way back at Twitch subs since moving to other methods supporting where possible. Yeah. That was one of the things I want to... Like, I want to set up if I can do it in an automated way, which I don't think I can, is... There's like, for both Ko-Fi and Patreon, there's different tiers of support you can do. And so one of the things I was talking about doing is like, if people did like $10 or more, like including a Twitch sub as part of that. So it's, I mean, the Twitch sub part of it would still cost me like the $250 or whatever. But, like I think that'd be good. I just don't have an easy way of setting that up. Like, I'd have to manually redo it each month or something like that. Like, it might be a thing that'd be like first of the month they do it. There's been a lot of stuff I've been debating, but it's the logistics of setting it up. I'm trying really hard to make sure it doesn't become a thing that I go, yeah, we'll do this. And then, the first of the month comes by and I spend, 4 hours or something just doing logistics. You'd recommend that as like $20 tier or something. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I haven't, none of the amounts are like set in stone. It's basically trying to have more things I can offer for people to support me wherever they want to support me. Okay, so we did restrict our dupes from going outside for a little bit. Because that radiation, like this specifically, the radiation is terrible. Like, it is just a glowing beacon of suffering and pain. So what I need to do is I need to get someone the skills where they can take it apart. Yeah, got all these oxyferns going in here. Now, the oxyfern don't make much oxygen, but it's free when the pips plant it. So it's kind of, yeah, you're only processing, what is it, like some odd milligrams a day? Yeah, so it's absorbing... Oh, these are... Well, that's interesting. These are atmosphere positive, because it's absorbing a tiny amount of carbon dioxide and generating more oxygen than the carbon dioxide did by a lot. Like, by ratio-wise, a lot. Interesting. I mean, I'm still cool with that. I was debating and brainstorming and mapping out I could offer a fair amount of help there if you're looking for ideas and feedback. So I actually have a feedback channel. And that's stuff I love seeing there. Because it's also good to have it there where it's like, hey, have you considered doing this? And then someone else could chime in and say, hey, actually, I know a content creator who does this, which is like a nuanced difference of the same thing you just suggested. And I've seen that be, like, work really well. Or, like, there'll be an idea and someone will be like, hey, just so you know, this specific implementation of that is actually problematic for Twitch because XYZ, but you can do this other thing. Trevor says, I finally made it to the stream early instead of 1 hour before it ends. Nice. Well, welcome. Yeah, so that should get us oxygen, or no, hydrogen. You have... Yeah, so unbreathable. So start putting the hydrogen in these canisters once we get there. I'm not going to worry about anything else there right now. Let's go back to our main one and try and get more stuff going here. Yeah, so you've mined out that successfully, so work on that. Actually, you can mine all of this out safely now without being able to trap yourself. That's why I want to get the astronaut suits over here. Because I'm having them do it because I need that natural gas. At the same time, regularly having them scald and then medically taking care of them again and again. No gas output? Oh yeah, you're still being hooked up. Wait. What do you mean you don't have gas output? Oh, it's... Oh, I see. They're missing the one piece of vent right there. Because they can't quite reach it. That's fair. I was like, what do you mean no gas output? I see. Alright, and you can mine those 2 blocks. You can mine these 2 blocks. Can't really do a whole lot with that yet. I mean, actually, what I can do is take that up to about 4 from the top, and then say, get rid of it all. That's got a volcano in it, so that's just staying the way it is until I'm ready. I'm trying to get this volcano set up first. That's being mined out. That's all fine. This is all fine. What else? There's something else that's working on. You're still dealing with temperature issues. You're dealing with temperature issues. Why were you still dealing with that? So you have the water. That's right. At the end of stream, we have cold water going through here. It is getting solved. But there was enough hot water in the system still that it hasn't quite cooled off yet. And then we also at the end of stream that this bugged that the pipe broke and that was fine. His water got cold and froze and damaged the pipe. But even saying it's like yellow alert and everything and red alert, it wouldn't fix. Even though I had like 300 something tons of the material that had it. The thing out, things I would say, a lot easier trying to undo or mulligan stuff if you find issues after it's been going on. Yeah. But yeah, and like whatever I do on Patreon, I'm probably going to do on Ko-Fi as well. or whatever approximate thing I could do similar to it. Did you ever get the suits in here yet? Because that was the other thing we were waiting on. Okay. I don't know how many suits that is, but I can live with that. So at this point, enable the building so you could get those suits through, and then shut off the building from new materials. So actually, allow no more manual feed. This like offering perks where every additional sub to that tier specific work you like not scalable can burn you fast. Right, and that's the whole thing of the subs. Like stuff like I believe I could change the credits on the end to include like Patreons and that. So people who subbed and people who did Patreon. Like the subs would be people who subbed that stream. I don't really want any of these. Oh, do I actually want you? I might actually want you. Hey, hang on. Camille? I want you over in the radioactive colony. Welcome to your new home, Camille. It's gonna be great here. Do you like radiation? Because I hope you do. Because you're gonna get a whole lot of it over here. Alright, so first of all, Camille, you are going to be our construction specialist, which is a reason I chose you. Now I gotta go skills. We'll actually go to your schedule, because I only have one toilet, so you need to be on your own thing. So Camille, you work that shift. Wait, what is it? Oh, okay. I was like, don't show me 4 people. I can't have 4 people here. I have 1 toilet. They all have to share. It's bad enough as it is. Alright, so... That's fine. Alright, so hopefully... Why can't you build a new toilet? I can. And I probably will, and I'll probably put it right down here. I just haven't done it yet. Right now I have 3 dupes, so it's like perfectly fine for me to just rotate them out. No gas. Oh, I see. Would you mind not leaving the bleachstone there to put chlorine all inside our base, please? Thank you. Oh, you're not gonna be able to reach that. That's fine. What we'll do here is we'll just say forget that spot and just build it here. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to make that a conductive wire. What did conductive wire need? It needs refined metal. That's right, I don't have refined metal here. That said, most of these devices are not gonna be running at the same time. Hey, burn your face a little bit again. Excellent. Love to see it. Love to see it. Way to be a team player, Luxray. I really appreciate that you are willing to scald your flesh for the benefit of the colony. When you gift a sub as a broadcaster, do you pay the full $5? No, I do pay the full price. So when I do that, it's literally giving Twitch $2.50 or whatever it boils down to be. I need you to be colder. Yeah, don't worry about the temperature for a moment. I need to not die. Here, we'll actually make it 86. Yeah, so I think that's the temperature. Yeah. So literally when it gets up to the temperature that's too hot, just turn off the light since it can't grow anyways. So at least we're not contributing to the heat. Like, usually with Twitch, you just assume whatever's the worst for the content creator, and Twitch is probably going to do that. I shouldn't say that. They want their cut no matter what. They're gonna get their money. If there's a way they can make it happen, it's going to happen. I just forget that they actually take $5 transaction at the time you made and wait for you to get half back to collect your 250. So assume the former. No, it's like if I give them $5, I don't get the money instantly. I have to wait for like payday as it was. So I'm out $5 and then I get 250 back later. Hey, good, the robots finally broke down. It has been a long time waiting. Because the robots bugged out and were effectively a source of infinite labor at no cost last stream. It's like the battery's dead, but it's still going. Okay. Sure, little robot. I appreciate you. Alright, so we're starting to store all the hydrogen and put the oxygen right back out in the system. Oh, the priority bug? Yeah, I didn't know it was, like, I didn't know there was a thing. I'm like, why are my robots not, you know, shutting down? I don't understand. Okay, so we've got all this. It's going fine. That's all going fine. I mean, it's been in there forever. It doesn't sound like a priority, says Pluritude. Yep. Yeah, so that's terrible air in there. You got a lot of carbon dioxide building. Oh, that's right. Oh, there's a dream journal over here. I should just hook this thing up to oxygen already. I keep not doing it. Guys getting a new plant up and running? Yep, and we're starting to work on trying to get other things running better. Alright, so we're gonna get that. They'll run on the wheel, they'll send those astronaut suits over to the other place, and then we can just shut down the wheel again. I need to get the... You're playing Fishing North Atlantic. I haven't done that one yet. I honestly never got too big. Like, I enjoy fishing mechanics in games, but games that are actually like fishing games, I was never able to really get into. Mostly true of hunting games as well. Because either one, they were like super duper not realistic in the sense that like deer just roll up on you and you just keep popping them one after the other. Like there's very little realistic hunting about it. Or two, like real hunting, you sit around for very long periods of time waiting for something to happen. Okay, so it sent 5 over, which I think is perfect. Because I made sure to have spares. But now I can go over here. And where you at? We could say, deliver the suit, deliver the suit, deliver the suit. I'm suddenly realizing I need an output. Oh, if I put it here and I put the output there, it'll prioritize going there. So we can just go pop and air vent. That take care of that. The game is more centered around fishing in like Alaska seas, so it's much harder. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're bad games or anything. I'm just saying, for me personally, hunting and fishing kind of games, I played a bunch of them, and they're fine. Like, I don't have any complaints about them or anything. It's just, they never really grabbed my attention and held it. But to be fair, I'm also not really big on hunting or fishing in real life. Like, I've done plenty of fishing in my past, but it's kind of those things I did as a kid to hang out with people, and then kind of, you know, as I got older, people's like, you want to go fishing? Not really. It's cool if you enjoy it, but no, not really. Alright, so you're about to be restricted to be trapped indoors as well. Oh, I set the wrong person. I got real scared there for a moment. Yeah. Oh, actually, neither of you are here. Why are you on this restriction? I was like, wait a second. There should be 4 dupes here. What is this? Yeah, I sort of like fishing. I don't like eating fish, though. Yeah, no, and it's fine. Like, I know lots of people, like, I don't have, like, some moral objection to fishing or whatever. Which is, I always nearly enjoy, like, so fishing and, like, RPGs and survival games I usually enjoy, but it's super gamified. Like, if we're being real, like, it's really, really gamified when they do it there. Like, you know, they do, like, the whole, you click and it has a little bar going up and down, versus real-life fishing is, you cast it, and you wait. Maybe you do like fly fishing where you do like the little thing where you reel in slowly, but it's more just casting in, reeling in, casting and reeling in, and casting and reeling in. And then, you know, eventually you get a bite and you catch something. But there's a whole lot of not doing a whole lot. And it's the same thing with like hunting. Is you set up your spot and you just kind of chill there and wait for the deer or whatever to show up. So it's just never been a thing that's really been an interest for me. This game does not have a minigame like that. You're on a boat and fishing. They come back to check the lines. So it's like they're fishing, but they're effectively like traps. Yeah, so I really need this whole situation to get sorted. Where is your power source and why is it not getting powered? So you got your wheel up here, you got your natural gas, you got your hydrogen. And the wheel is set for them to run in it. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not bad mouthing. It's like, hey, you enjoy fishing games. Like, why? It's like, nah, it's just basically saying it's just not a style of game that I've been really able to get to. Like, I remember my grandfather had the Deer Hunter games on his computer at their house kind of thing. But it was one of those ones I'd go over there, actually, I need to do that. I'd go over there and play that because there's nothing else to do there. But that was kind of about it. I mean, they were fine. Like, I don't think they're bad games or anything. It's just not something I really got into myself. Okay, you should be coming alive any time now. Where are you? Oh, good. Finally getting natural gas back into the system. So it'll take a little while for it to catch up, but that's fine. So the thing I'm realizing is... Can I haven't looked at the star map in a while. Have I already seen all things I could see? Yeah, so you've seen everything we could see from the position we're at. Sandy ore field. Total mass remaining. Sandstone, copper ore, algae sand, and artifacts. You find note with the data amongst the system files and piece of junk. Okay, so artifacts there. So realistically, I have to set up a telescope over here and over here. This telescope is said and done, probably. Alright, so that does mean I need to get to space in the other locations. Combusto shouldn't be hard because space is already up there. Now, granted, we're getting, like, literally solid mass worth of asteroid smashes on here. So probably end up doing is setting up a second... Alright. Who is getting radiation and where? What is your problem? Shouldn't you... Oh, you are here. I need you to go back inside, please. Because I don't know what point that actually gets genuinely dangerous. Yes, it's minor radiation sickness. Yeah, so all that is helping limit the radiation that's getting into the building. The big thing is I need to get rid of this thing. What are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Why are you choosing to stand in the one place that's still dangerous with radiation? Oh, there are 4 colonists here. Oh. Who was I overlooking? So we have Camille, Nicola, Katina, and Mima. I totally forgot about Mima. Okay, well, I have the beds for that, but I don't have enough toilets. So I am going to have to fix that. I'm going to have to scooch it out one tile, because that little tile there is going to prevent me from fitting the shower, so it's going to be all wonky. It's fine. I'll put a vent tile here so I can get through there. And we'll go plumbing. Put the shower in. And we can put the lavatory in. I can go down here to medical. And put the sink in. In a moment, once they dig this up. We will have to set up a new set of pipes. Can I put... Okay, so I can't. That should be okay enough. That's fine. Let's see. If you only send children to work there, do you think they have minor radiation sickness? Eek. That's more RimWorld type of behavior you expect. Okay, so you still need power. And you're hooked up to power on the natural gas, which I don't have right now. So you've got that. What are you unhappy about? You're unhappy about illumination, which is unhappy about power because we're out of natural gas, which is why I have them down here doing that, is to get more natural gas into the system, so that these all come back online. We are slowly getting more stuff into the series. Okay. Yep, we got a posture check as well I need to do, and the stretch. Yeah, so it's the natural gas going offline is kind of hurting us at the moment. And honestly, the petroleum production is also down because it's not getting cold enough. Yep, all the self-care. All the time. Can you mop that up yet? Nope. That's fine. I'll have you go a little bit far, because then if I put that, that'll be ethanol into this system. That'll help. Alright, because I definitely need them to do better with the petroleum. I'm probably going to have to set up here somewhere another place where I could do the cooldown, like where I use the steam to cool down stuff, just so I can run those back through here to cool off that. That may be one of the next projects we do over here, but that's probably going to require me to import materials. Yeah, it's not enough air pressure for it yet. That's fine, we'll get there. Okay. And your calories here are still horrifically bad. And now they're struggling because of air pressure. But this is online now, and that does have that going. And we do have at least some natural gas in the pipe. The big thing I need to do now, though, is reduce the amount we're doing the natural gas and get this petroleum I'm starting to ship in and get some of those going. Trying to think of where I want to hook that up. I guess one thing I could hook it up with is we could switch this to natural gas pretty early. Or not natural gas to petroleum. That could also be petroleum. I mean, that'd be a good candidate because the petroleum's literally nearby. The big thing is I want to make sure with the petroleum that it's an alternate route. I don't want to accidentally pull petroleum out of our cooling line. Yeah, I think one of these ones up here is probably the first one we should swap. Alright, what do I even need for this? Power. And our first people complaining about starvation. Don't like it. That's okay. We can eat some pips. It's fine. Didn't I have a bunch? Yeah, I got the Sweetles over here. We can eat those. Okay. The other thing I have to do here is I don't believe we have sufficient food production now with that. Now, I could build another farm down here. No, well, maybe. No, because that heat's going to bleed through and that'll be a problem. How are you doing on your radiation, by the way? Okay. So, Camille is good to be let out. Paku farm generates a lot of food? Yeah, and I gotta get Paku here to do a Paku farm, though. What would be the best way to get some food going here? Alright, so pretty soon we should start getting natural gas into the system. There we go. The natural gas is gonna start making it in here. And with that, we'll start getting those other systems online. That'll be good there. Did you ever, do you have to issue a radiation proclamation due to the inclination for the dupes to accumulation? I do have to, like, set the doors to force them to not be able to go back out to the radiation. Which isn't super annoying to deal with, but it's also not annoying. I can't be like, hey, if you get too much radiation, could you kindly not go out there? Right, so they are slowly getting the air pressure down here. I want to make this whole area down here a vacuum. It's going to take some work because the power's inconsistent still. Like, this is going. But, it's going to take a while for that to build up to a meaningful amount. Especially with how much this polluted oxygen is overwhelming the line. At least you chose a good place to do that. There, the power's back on for a moment. And it's off. You get tiny bits of natural gas through here. We'll get there. All right. Alright, so we got this insulation tiles just about done. That'll be good there. We'll also need the astronaut... Well, we'll need radiation suits over here is what we'll need. Okay. So I do need to get these petroleum plants set up, and I gotta figure out where we're doing it. So this is one spot, but it's over here that I really need it. And I think they're taller than what I already have, which is a problem because I didn't give a lot of space. Yeah, so they're taller in both these cases. There's not enough room. This one I could swap out not too bad, but it's turned off, so it doesn't really matter. This one there's room, so this is probably a safe candidate. So for right now, we'll leave that on the way it is. Right? Aren't you on the same network? Yeah, you're on the same network, so stop running in this wheel. It's not needed. What I'm thinking is, yeah, this is the line of natural gas that goes there. I can't backtrack, so we're just going to cut that line for now. Actually, it goes all the way up here, doesn't it? So cut that line. And then when this runs out of natural gas, we'll get petroleum in there. Okay. And you're dormant for a while. We're still trying to get all this up and running. Oh, you can mine that block. It's fine. We'll get there. And even if it's not total vacuum, as long as there's not enough atmosphere here for that to really do a whole lot, that'll be close enough to a vacuum. As it needs to not be dense enough that the heat just blasts out in all directions and cause problems. Alright, so that's all going well. We are pulling the natural gas out of the line here. Because even just having that off the network will be one less thing drawing from the natural gas, which will give me more natural gas for the rest of the system. What's your network? Yeah, so you're on this grid that's supposed to be getting coal. So reduce the priority on that. Honestly, disable that thing. Put the coal in there to get that powered. And you run around and just do something else. Oh, that's right. You only operate inside here. That's fine. You'll be able to cook stuff. You'll get more work out of that. Because there should be tons of coal laying around all down in this area now. With how much of this I mined out. And I'm continuing to mine out. Yeah, so you can get rid of these two. Yeah, we'll get rid of those two, then that one, then mine this out, and then start that way. And this will be another thing to handle. I'll just cut this out. Okay, we're starting to properly fill up our natural gas lines. We're getting more of the polluted oxygen out of the way. That's the big problem right now, is they're just pulling in too much polluted oxygen. Honestly, with that, turn this off. That's one thing that'll help. Because right now, this is just grabbing polluted oxygen and blocking up the pipes. So turn that up, that'll mean they'll get more natural gas out of this thing. Because should be like no natural gas out here anymore. Alright, so your calories are holding so far. Let's set automation on here if I can. Gas element sensor, do that. If we set that for hydrogen, I can keep this thing from running when it doesn't need to. Yeah, so you'll want to do ranching at some point as well, probably. Nicola is the one we sent over here. You're doing a pretty okay job of getting all this set up. Reducing the amount of radiation that actually gets into the building. Other than this crashed satellite that is just Radiation City. We got a construction person, now we just gotta wait for them to level up, and then they can take that apart, and we can deal with that however we gotta deal with it. I wonder why they're not turning that off. What network are you on, power-wise? You're on this grid. Which takes power from that. So disable that for now. You're better served doing something other than running in the wheel while we have power coming in. Because you'll be able to keep other stuff running better that way. Nutrient bars. Yup. As long as I can keep that running, we'll keep pulling in oxygen from up here. And I'll keep feeding into the building, and that should, over time, correct things. Alright. Ready for the volcano to kick back in. How long are you dormant for? Oh, good. 40 cycles. That's forever. Yeah, and all of my polluted air is coming from this. Just this exposed thing is just off-gassing polluted oxygen endlessly. We'll get there. You're having problems again with the water being too cold? Is that what's going on? Yes, you are. Oh, right, we even did a correction where I have it go through this whole area over here to try and warm it up, and through that area to try and warm it up. Just not getting warm enough. Probably because this hasn't been running in forever. It's just another burden on natural gas. Okay, the natural gas is actually starting to pick up and build up. Cool. So the next thing is, you're probably getting low on natural gas. You just ran out. That's perfect. So with that, we are going to deconstruct that gas power plant. We're going to make, or natural gas power, we're going to make into a petroleum plant. To be one less thing using our natural gas. Alright. So we build that, we'll wire it all in. I need to get this set up. I forgot this runs the stuff up here. So enable that in the meantime. Alright. What the heck are you? A grub grub. A grub grub is a form of symbiotic relationships with plants, especially grub fruit plants, and instinctually tend to them. Grub grubs are closely related to sweetles. Their diet is sulfur and sucrose. They excrete mud. I mean, at least it doesn't say it's hostile. So it's like a mutation of a grub grub or a sweetle or something. Interesting. Be the one spot in the middle they can't reach. Okay. So you're still fixing your natural gas by running this thing down here. Ah. We are not getting... Why are you not getting water into your system? Why don't you have any water? Because it's prioritizing this area over here. Why am I not getting net new water in here? Is it just the pump's not running? It's just the pump's not running. Well, that's a self-fueling problem. And that pump is on this network. So turn that on. Calories are slowly climbing down here. That's deeply concerning. So I am going to have to build another farm or expand my farm or something of that nature. Probably just straight up expand. Because I literally just take this and then make it go sideways. Do the inside part first. Yeah, because we'll just expand that. Because what we'll do is I'll build this out, we'll chop this open. I have to put backdrop on this, but that's fine. That's not that big a deal, I don't think. Okay. Yeah, I'll need a ladder over here on this side. Tell them to mine that out. Alright, with that I can go drywall. Okay. Because they'll need to put the drywall in there, because otherwise it's space exposed, and we'll run into problems with that. Yeah, I'll just expand the farm and see, like, we can go with that. I'll eventually need to switch it from being mealwood to using water for that. That should be okay with this. If not with that, we can get more resources. Oh, good, you got water going again, so you're getting scalded. Perfect. We need that for natural gas. Yeah, so every one of the colonies is having like their own little minor crises that I'm trying to deal with. Alright, so your food's recovering, so that's good news. And your natural gas is recovering. Yeah, so that, like, we're actually filling our reserves now in natural gas. Okay, so you've got that hooked up. So your air... Alright, so combustible liquid. Alright, and that should solve that. And then you already have a good power cable for that, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, you're already on a really generous power cable. So that should solve your power problems for this whole circuit for a long time. I could frankly put more on it if we make more room for it. You're dealing with radiation. Yeah, because you're just out in the radiation a whole lot. Alright. So I'll complete that, and then once we get that torn out, then I can go ahead and start, like, block that spot, open up this wall, going from this side. Now, how are we doing radiation-wise? The good news is most of this, the radiation doesn't get through much. These don't completely block radiation, so I'm gonna I've debated putting just another layer in there. Each one of these blocks, I believe it's 60% of the radiation, so if we go from 100% to 40% to like 18% or whatever, and then just, you know, go down. So it's like such a minor amount, it doesn't matter. The big issue we have is this rocket here. Because that thing is just pumping out literally 900 something rads per cycle. And yours basically fine. You got a bunch of hydrogen up here. We are using that from time to time just to manage this. I mean, honestly, I'd probably turn off the... Let's disable the petroleum generator for a while and just let it run on the hydrogen generator for a while. Just because I have so much of a buildup of hydrogen, I can go ahead and turn that off and just let the extra petroleum, you know, let it kind of backlog build up kind of thing. Alright, what do you have for me this time? Iron. Iron is a refined metal. Don't do that. And I need refined metals over here, so that's perfect. I will take your iron, please. It's surprising that that doesn't cool off more. The big thing is that this pit of just super hot down here. How sick are you getting? You're nowhere near as bad as most of them. So we're not getting much in the way of oxygen through the system. Because you don't have power. And your source of power is to run in that wheel. Or to have natural gas running. Try to give the other stuff a chance to kick in. Alright. I'm going to turn this on so that they do need to have an astronaut suit to go through, or an atmosphere suit. Alright, we need dedicated cooling for all of this. So that's a process I have to make happen. Meanwhile, you needed... Okay, so you're having sensor, unbreathable, hydrogen. So I tell you to detect the hydrogen, pull it out, put in the containers here. That'll be fine. Okay. So air is good, really good. Or air is really good here. Power's fine. We're starting to build up hydrogen in the system. Are you even going to be able to make it that far? Not really. Yeah, so let's set you and you, so you don't bother trying to go over there. Alright, so you got that built. So that means the next move here is to deconstruct that tile. And put an insulating tile there, and then rip out this wall. And then we can just expand this over. Because that should be enough extra calories to handle us. Working all this. And the only reason... Actually, if I get deconstruct, does it keep the back... Okay, background buildings and buildings are separate. Cool. I got worried if I just chose deconstruct, it'd rip out the drywall behind there and we'd have problems. Okay. I just realized you can't reach up there. Oh, there's more space there. Hey, could you just put the drywall in real fast? We have an immediate need for you to put the drywall in there, please. And down there. I have an extremely immediate need for you to put that drywall in there. Okay. Yeah, decompression may be slow, but it's also those things you don't want to like go, okay, let me go work on something else, and then you come back and go, why have they still not sealed this hole? And just everything is going to heck. Because the dupes would do it. The dupes would betray you in that manner. It's what the dupes do. It's all they do. It's all they've ever known. Oh. Well, that's interesting. You know what? That's fine, because I'll just... Okay. We'll copy this. Like I said, eventually I'm going to go through here and I'm going to change these out. Right now I'm not worried about. They can just burn the dirt. It's fine. It's weird. So will I be allowed to put the door in there now? Huh. It's interesting I can't put a door on a place that has drywall. Alright. Whatever. But the downside... I mean, I actually don't need this to be the way it is anymore. Right now I'm just going to remove those two tiles. That shouldn't expose us to space again, but give us access to this space. I can do whatever I feel like doing there. Alright, so let's go check in. So you're all stressed out and having a rough time. Natural gas is going well. The petroleum generator is not on automation, so it is just burning petroleum at maximum speed. Let's get that sorted right away. Please finish. Please finish. You're just wasting petroleum. Okay, there we go. That's fine. I didn't want petroleum anyways. Why would I want that? Okay, so that's good. That's taking us a little bit more off the natural gas line. Making more and more glass is just getting dumped into the big pool of water on the bottom. That's fine as well. Alright, not that high. Go ahead and carve that out. Carve those two tiles out. That's all done there. Carve that tile out. How goes making this a vacuum? Getting down pretty low. We're down to milligrams. Why don't you have power? Right, because this volcano is dormant and there's none of our things set up on it. I do need you to keep sweeping that out of here, though. Squeaky puff. Diet chlorine excretes bleachstone. Understood. Or iron, I will take it, because refined metal we don't have over here yet. Alright. So when you get a cook over here, that'll help with our food a little bit. Let's check. So you're farming and ranching. You can also do building as well. I'm okay with you doing that as well. You are a researcher. There's field research. And with field research, you should be able to analyze that geyser. I wonder if it would be realistic to, like, make this all... I mean, probably, honestly, if we just cut across here and fill this in with drywall, we could actually give this atmospheric pressure and get all that going. Very slowly, all of those are giving us, like, free oxygen. Alright, so take them off restriction, I believe. Yeah, big thing is that one hole in the middle is really rough. Okay. Oh, right, and I need to get the sink set up over here, because earlier there was a plant there, so I couldn't position it there. That'll be the sink online. You've had steel? I just saw it said you had steel. That's fine, take your time. Alright, so your plants are at a problem. They're mostly sorted here. Alright, so they're not burning themselves running these now. So good news is, that means a lot of this can run. The bad news is, I can't keep the oil refinery going long enough to get the petroleum I need up. It's just ending up getting tied into other stuff. So I'm going to have to put in a cooling system here. That's going to be our next big move, I think, is the cooling system. So that's probably going to be steam that we use to do that. And that's going to take some work to get going. I do like the idea of putting it down maybe in this area. Since it's already going to be an enclosed system as in itself. We can plan to put it... We can plan to put, like, literally cut across here. So if you go here, we can go power. You need more refined metal and plastic. You make plastic. So enable that building again. And for the time being, do not allow stuff to be shipped over. You can get some plastic in here. Let's make a change here. Change that to no longer be mesh material that we can go through. It'll put we'll put this over here. I should put that there for right now. We'll figure out how we're dealing with the water. Alright, so we'll start getting that all sorted out. Because I need to get them steam engines down here. We'll try... Probably a steam engine we'll put here. We'll put one aqua tuner. And we'll try and get that set up. Because I could use the petroleum to help run the aqua tuner and the steam engines to supplement it. To start trying to... Honestly, if I cool off this area down here where we're pumping all this hot crude oil... That should end up cooling off the whole area, because I got a source of cold here, and it's the heat that's coming up from down below that's really causing the problem. So, if I cool off all this down here, that'll probably get us the most mileage. It's going to take a lot of work because of that giant reservoir of oil. The good news, as far as using something for a coolant, I'm making petroleum. I can put petroleum in as the coolant. Alright. One of the things I got going on is, like, I'm looking forward to actually having this set up as well, because right now I have this giant reservoir of oil, and honestly I'm probably going to want more of this oil anyways, and so that'll start solving that problem. Alright. Oh, you probably don't have refined... No, actually you have refined metal down here. Okay. Because I'm going to need at least one steam engine down here. What is your issue? Pressure. The pressure is negligible. Where are we leaking air out? There's got to be some place we're leaking air out that I'm not seeing. Or, that's another possible problem. So you're pumping all that out. It's getting released down here. No, the air's still low down here. Where is all our air going? Was it just that much we bled off in that time period? Because it could be. Like, all the air is terrible. That's at max air pressure. Because it's one thing it was just unbreathable air, but because it's just air pressure, that shouldn't be a concern. Let's go ahead and tell them to get hydropower going. We need a smart battery for that to work. Okay. Deconstruct that battery. Get out of the way, because I need the space. We're going to put a smart battery in here. Now I'm going to go hydrogen electric power. Gonna connect that. I'm gonna go to automation. It'll connect all that as well. I'm not seeing an obvious place that the atmosphere is getting out. Like, that's what worries me, is it feels like we're venting atmosphere, but I've got a solid wall the whole way around here. Yeah, it's a solid wall the whole way around. No openings to space that I see. We have all that set up. It's airflow from the electrolyzer. So this is getting blocked. I agree. It's not getting enough air, but it shouldn't. That would just cause us to have a reduction. Like, it would be all carbon dioxide because this is going off. This doesn't give a crap about air, pressure, and all that. Like, I shouldn't be running out. Just as an extra precaution, no one's allowed outside. Because these are net positive in air pressure. They consume a tiny bit of carbon dioxide to get more out. I've got a bunch of stuff that's off-gassing. This should be creating air pressure. So I do agree that there's an efficiency problem here where this is getting choked. It's not releasing enough oxygen. It's the fact that I'm not seeing the air pressure. Like, carbon dioxide should be pushing up kind of thing. I think it was just that huge, giant opening we had for a little bit there. Because it was just a giant gaping opening, we bled out all our atmosphere. Because I also don't want too much airflow here with how much heat this is going to create. I'm worried about overheating my place. I'm putting an air pump up here. Alright, so I need to hook you up. Yeah, I'm just going to take it straight through. Because that'll give us hydrogen power to keep this stuff running. Because that's another problem we have right now, is everything's shutting down because we finally have gotten to the point that the pips, all that lumber they're giving us for free, we finally have caught up to its production. Okay. It seems like the pressure's a little better, but still not going. Because this got to run for a little bit, and I needed to run more. I just think I vented way too much atmosphere. Because I messed up with that, and I vented just a ton of atmosphere. Because while depressurization is slow, if I open up a giant space, and every time a tile is moving just a little bit of air, it's a lot of air by the sheer quantity. Do you not have enough material? Alright, so cancel those two. I should have some refined iron around here. Because if I don't have to, I need to... Yeah, I got... Okay. You can finish it. That's the reason I kept taking the iron every time it gave it to me. It's like, I don't have this locally. Okay. So that should turn off the hydrogen power anytime that battery fills up. They'll keep our fresh water moving. And it'll keep our oxygen, both our carbon scrubber and our oxygen running. Okay. So it should start improving. Probably need to have another oxygen source up here as well. Trying to see if the breathability goes up or down. So it does look like the breathability entombed. Oh, we got the oxalate dropping in. Alright, all your restrictions, forget about them. Go get the oxalate. As I just cut across like that. We're slowly going to reshape the surface so it's easy for me to just say, give me the oxalate, and I just go like that, and we have it. Okay. Go get the oxalate that's still falling? Yeah, it's fine. I have more dupes than I want here. That's just a correcting itself problem. Because I can put all there and it'll off-gas oxygen. That's perfectly timed, because like, oh no, our oxygen's in bad place. Oh wait, you're just gonna give me free oxygen? Okay. Alright, so how do we got things going over here? The natural gas is going. Are you starting to fill your reservoirs? Yes, slowly. This is going down here. So we can have you grab those two. Those tiles can go, because that can be mined from down here. The calories are recovering here. This is getting pretty close to a vacuum. You're still dormant for a while. You can mine all that out. You can mine all this out. Not worried about perks here. Finding a market balance between food and people in this colony. Yup. It's fine. And those haven't grown yet, so that's probably the reason the calories are bad there. I like that emo cookie. It's a good one. Honestly, at some point I want to do like a straight cut across here. I think ultimately I want to just try and make the surface of this like just a flat area. Just when the oxalate comes down, it could be like dig here, and it would pull up just to oxalate. That's one of the reasons why every once in a while I'm deliberately letting it just clip some of the rock. It's like, that's fine. Alright. Have you gotten me more dupe skills yet? Nope. Well, actually, yes, you have. One more, we could take apart that freaking satellite so it stops being this beacon of radiation. And if it still is a beacon of radiation, I'm putting it up here in a storage container. It can be a beacon of radiation not nearby me. Alright, so let's go back over here, check where things out here. Okay, so they did get that done. I don't really know what we're doing with that little spot there, because it's going to pool up the water in there. I think ultimately I'm going to end up making that... Like, we're ultimately going to get rid of that, but we can worry about that when we get there. It's going to take it a long time for that steam to build up to do anything. So now I want to go to power. Do you not have refined metal on any? You have more refined metal here, right? You're gonna start opening this area up. Okay. Because the plan is going to be... I'm going to need to open most of this up anyways. The plan is making the, a cooling thing here, that we're just going to cycle stuff down here and just try and cool this area down as much as possible. With the hope if I can just cool all of this enough down here, that'll counteract a lot of this. This is a place for cooling. We'll probably bring it up. I'll probably have it go up and around the back of this as well. Just basically trying to keep an aqua tuner going constantly to just cool it all off. Bunch of natural gas stuff is all running now. Do we have a bunch of natural gas or just a little? Okay, so natural gas is building up. So we should be able to go up here and say, don't run that yourself anymore. Don't run that yourself anymore. Don't waste the time and effort. There'll be the 2 natural gas plants down there. And then this one they still have to manually run, which is what it is. Not here. Go over here. We'll supplement your food for a little bit. Okay. Are you suffocating trying to retrieve stuff from the surface? Where are you suffocating at? Oh, you're gonna be suffocating down here. Well, I mean, you should be getting your spacesuits, right? Or astronaut suits. Yeah, so I mean, the air is building up. It's just taking its time. That's good. I think it was we just accidentally vented too much air. Oh, you're running over here trying to collect stuff. I see. I guess that makes sense. I'll need to get a spacesuit check port thing going on over here too. Okay. I need to get rid of this water as well. Major eye irritation. Yeah, that's all the chlorine that's getting in here from this bleach stone that hasn't been handled. Because it was moving it over there. Alright. I'm gonna unrestrict you. You're probably gonna fail at doing a lot of stuff, but try and get the bleach stone out of here. And whatever's making stuff gross over here, get that out of here too. It's more bleach stone. Where are you going? You're going all the way over there for a thing of dirt? Okay, I guess. And you're also going over here for a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, there's steel and all that sort of stuff. That is not a reasonable route. Yeah, let's re-restrict that. Okay, you're doing all right here. Your food is getting scarce. We did expand our food supply here. It's not really getting us where we want, even though I did add probably 30% more. That should have, in my opinion, that should have been enough, but we'll figure it out. Okay. We'll have to do more with that. So you got all that going on. You're not active yet. So you're effectively a vacuum now. You're not. But you are. So now it's time to live dangerously. Because there should be basically nothing up here to really absorb the heat when I put a heat plate here. But I put that there, and then we'll immediately turn around and we'll shove an insulated plate in there. That should allow me to bleed the temperature off of this to try and get over here, because I want to try and get a temp plate in that spot, so it's taking that steam and making it cold, hot, cold, hot. I'm a little concerned by the pressure that steam is, though. But I think with this kind of thing, it could very genuinely just put more insulated tile up here and just let it roll and just see what happens. You know, science gonna science. Alright, so you can get rid of those. You can say the 4 tiles in the middle, get rid of those. Because then they come from this side, get rid of 2, and then come from that side, get rid of 2. They're already dealing with that. There's nothing there. We've already mined all that out. Get rid of you. Hop across here. And get rid of all of you. Unknown. What do you mean unknown? I just realized why that was dumb. That's so weird. No, 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 no. I changed my cancel. Cancel. Do not do it. How is it that much water? Mop it all up. I need to get all of that water back out of here. It's weird. It's acting like I can't see these, like I didn't have line of sight on it or something. And so I can't do anything about it. Honestly, lock that door open. Because this is basically a vacuum, and I want that to be, like, this room inside here, I absolutely want to be a vacuum. But we gotta get to that point. In the meantime, do I not have a water vent in here? Wait, why don't I have a water vent? Need to build doors over it to get the dirt out to force move dupe. Need to build doors over it. Oh, I see. So you go from below it. I see, I see. That actually isn't too horrible of a fix. Did I not set up the plumbing here? I thought we did. We did not. So, insulated pipe. We're gonna have it go down here. Now I have this made out of steel so it doesn't overheat. Okay, they're still working on it. Because this way we can also import water. So you can put water into the system, so when we do the volcano, we get all that stuff. We were all ready to mine that just because I dropped water into there. I've got to deal with that first. Alright, got that going. You got this going. Alright. So you mine across all that. Yeah, so you got a refined metal over here. That's like it's like I can't build it because of refined metal, so that's overpressure. So turn up your priority. You've got a place to put water. Yeah, you import water all the time, so you can have the water. Alright. Okay, so we're actually at the point here where I'm ready to do that. Honestly, for now, just wall it off and forget it exists. Okay, so do that. Actually, we can cancel those two. Put this on this side. That way we don't have the breach in there. Still say you need refined metal and all that. We're working on that because I'm getting all this lead up here. That's part of the reason I was like, yeah, let's just start. Oh, what's under here? What are you? A liquid sulfur geyser. Okay. I guess you could say this planetoid is plutonic. In a plutonic way. Alright. So go ahead and mine all of this as best we can, other than the abyssalite. I want to keep the abyssalite where it is. Okay, so you can mine that out. You can mine all this out. Mine all this out. You can mine all that out. Alright, so we're working on it. Getting all that sorted little by little. This game's got to be careful of scams. So this game you got to be careful of scams? What? You don't want to get duped? Ah, I see. I see the puns are going hard. Alright, so we've got all that going. Got that in relatively good order. The visual pain is enough. I can't build the ladder there. Fine, I'll put the ladder here. So you put the bottle empty thing here. And I'll just dump the salt water down here, because then when I open the door, it'll go where I need it anyways. Okay. So we get all this salt water out from just floating around our building. Oh, literally all of our storage is full. Well, that's fun. That's okay. We can go ahead and say... add more storage. Alright. Because what we'll do is anything I'm not ready to process, I'm just going to put here. And what are you producing again? What was it? Oh yeah, making carbon dioxide. But it's so cold the carbon dioxide becomes solid. Okay. So you've got that all there. Once again, haul that out of here. Deconstruct that. And that is made out of igneous rocks, I don't care. So what's a true in a game? Total automation? I mean, there is actually an event where you, like, teleport a dupe out kind of thing or go through Rift. I don't know exactly how it works, but there is an actual event you do to wrap a run if you want. I mean, we're definitely in what I would consider, like, mid-game, late-game, mid-game, late-game, somewhere in that ballpark. There's certainly more we can do of an advanced tech, but, like, we've got stuff. Tell them they don't... No, they don't starve world? Teleport them to Don't Starve World? Well, I think the idea is you teleport them, and the idea is you're teleporting them into what would be like a new colony, because when you start, like, 3 dupes just get teleported in. Alright, so Sona's complaining about radiation. Alright, so. Salt water and brine, get it out of here. So an infinite loop? Yeah, a lot of these kinds of games do that kind of thing, where the end of the game is setting up the game kind of thing. Like RimWorld, you blast off the ship, and then the idea is, you know, in theory, your ship would crash and do it again. Like, it doesn't explicitly say that, but, you know. Alright, get all the salt water out of here. Now, remember you have to kill everyone else? I mean, that's a choice, but that's not the run. Like, the game literally has 4 different endings. And none of those endings are about killing everyone else. Like, if you do kill everyone else, the game still keeps going and you still keep getting raided. It's just like mech raids and insects and all that. Literally the only way to win the game is to, you know, basically get off the planet or do the Arco Nexus run. You can make it your choice of a run to wipe out everything. That sounds incredibly tedious to the point I wouldn't enjoy it. Like, have to, like, caravan around the map to go and, like, set up a settlement to be near the enemy, to kill their colony, to do it again. Sounds agonizing in the amount of time commitment it would be. Then the caravanning mechanic is not my favorite. Alright, so this just keeps getting worse and worse so far as the amount of stuff going on. Okay. Why did you... I said you'd sweep all that. Alright, that can stay there. It's fine. Alright, so we've got all that. There's a ship mod that makes it easy. Well, that's a mod. Anytime you're talking mods, you're not talking the base game. You're not talking what... like, the normal, default, whatever you want to call it, behavior of the game. Okay, so one thing I just noticed, which I'm glad I noticed before we did this, is, I almost was like, alright, this will be good, because we can get out of here. I would have dug that out, and then realized I had trapped my, my dupe, and the dupe would not have been able to get out again. That's almost ready to be set up, honestly. I just need to plug in the cooling for it. And then we'll pump the, like, we're pumping the last of the air out already. I'll go ahead and sweep this room too. Because we've almost got that to be a vacuum. Still working on all that. So the good news is, with all this fluid oxygen, technically almost everything here is breathable at this point. That's not the way I wanted to go. It's kind of weird now I think about it, that you could actually sit here and have a giant pool of gross water endlessly giving you gross air to live off of forever. But yeah, let's hopefully not deal with that. Salt water and fertilizer. We will get the fertilizer because I actually need that for the mealwood down here. How are you doing, by the way? These are all shut off. And you get powered from where? Down here by natural gas. So turn that back on so you can actually have the suits do their stuff, and then illumination's a problem. You've almost finished mining all of that out. Actually, you don't need to have that go that high. That's good enough. Okay. Alright, sun's getting too much exposure to radiation. It does look like they're going through a lot of dirt if they're running down there constantly to get it. The good news is the pip should actually be a source of dirt on themselves, because they'll eat the extra wood off those trees. Okay. And I don't have enough of a water sink because I have the water cooler that uses water once in a while. There, your food's fine. Stop complaining. All right. The other air pressure here is getting low. Well, actually, now that I think about it, with this pulling all this air out and successfully doing it here, I don't even need you here. Actually take all of this out of here. And go to our power. And take all of that out of here. Because we can just keep letting that run until this whole thing's vacuum. And honestly, I'd like to kind of try and do that with all of this, like literally make all the air stored, but I don't think that's going to be pragmatic. I think it'll be one of those things that, like, that's a lofty goal you'll never quite achieve. Alright. Their calories are kind of sustaining. They're not going really up or down. We definitely want more. I do believe once I actually get this where I have a cook where we can get a little bit more mileage out of food, that'll be helpful. Why are you stressing out? Illicit NZ. Why are you having a bad time, Illicit? Low oxygen, full bladder, cold air, sopping wet, sopping feet, morale low. Smelled flowers made you happier. So it's mostly the fact you have soggy feet. Alright. You don't need to be running in that anymore, do you? No, so stop it. We literally are shipping in petroleum now. Wait, actually, are we shipping in petroleum? Why do you have no petroleum? Alright, let's go to the other location. You just emptied out the line of petroleum. Never mind. So all that stuff I said about, you know, hey, why are you doing this? You don't need to. Yeah, go ahead and go back to it. And that's because everything being shut down over here and this overheating, which I'm trying to solve the overheating problem now. Come on, alright, give me this. Let's go in here. I can build a steam turbine finally. Let's actually not build it there. So second layer of that. We can do power, steam turbine. Do I need anything around here? Probably not. Because the sensors, I can shove whatever sensors I need in the middle. Okay. And ultimately, we will not build that one. Okay. I'm just trying to insulate this from the rest of the base. Meanwhile, you'll have insulated pipes that go right on over here. And right down like that, so that the steam running through there dumps back out. Alright, you're still doing your thing over there. You basically finished this spot, so we can undo that. Take those two tiles. You'll probably be able to reach all of those. Okay. And then we'll go down here so far as our utilities. This time I'm just going to build one. I don't think I actually need to. Because I haven't been able to consistently run it. Like, I want more, but I don't think I'll be able to reasonably make that work. I keep building it that way, and it keeps not working out for me. Oh, hang on. Cancel that. Cancel your build. I need you to be made out of steel. Which I might have to ship in. I will. We'll get there. So go over here. On this one, take out the atmospheric suits. Let's see. Steel, allow manual use. Get rid of that tile. Get rid of those tiles. You're still going over there. We're still sweeping all this out. Alright, they'll get that sorted. Take those two tiles. Still have all this to take apart, and I haven't been doing it. Temperatures all seem fine in here for the time being. Our water intake is good. The liquid reservoir is fine. Alright, so we'll take that over into the radiation one, because it's the one that needs the food the most. We'll check our duplicate skills. Alright, you can start demolishing buildings. We've waited what feels like forever for that. We'll give you ranching just because. Applied sciences will give you that. And you don't need anything else for the time being. Alright, soon enough we get to take apart the crashed satellite. They'll finally be gone. Playing some Fallout New Vegas. So what are you? So you are an entombed artifact. Is any of this radioactive? No. We finally have gotten rid of the ridiculous amount of radiation we've been dealing with. Hey, Foxmouse, how's it going? Yeah, so an intermediary place to store an espresso before you move it to your mouth. Office mug. Okay, we are picking up seeds and just working on storing stuff and all that. That's all going well. None of this is having to run in any meaningful capacity, really. We're slowly turning the water into oxygen, which is good, as well as hydrogen. This is all going great over here. Okay. Yeah, so we're just collecting all the materials and putting it in storage right now. I'm just happy this, like, super radioactive thing is gone, so instead of having, like, 900 rads per cycle, it's like 50. Sweep that up. Alright. So, we got all this going over here, that's fine. The volcano clearing process is going fine. That's almost ready. Like, that's the one and only downside. So they are letting more and more air in, carrying all this junk out of here. It's going to take them a while to clean that up. Okay. It's weird that I have, like, this pocket of carbon dioxide is very distinctly a different color than this pocket. Maybe that's just what background materials are there? Alright, so it's getting down to milligrams. That's good. Once we get this out of here, then I can go ahead and take this ladder. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I can take this piece of ladder out, put the insulation in to seal this. Once we get there, I can start putting some water in there, and then that'll be just about ready to rock and roll. Alright. How did a trip to the new planet go? Yeah, the trip to the new planet's been going pretty good. We're set up here. We got our little base. It's still got some issues going on, like all this bleach stone is slowly making chlorine build up, which kind of sucks. Worst case is just open the door and let it out. But I am producing enough oxygen that's not been too big of an issue. Because honestly, a lot of it's getting, I think, just left out here because it's right about that height. Honestly, cut those 2 blocks, it'll save you climbing. Okay. And meanwhile, we're working on trying to get this stable. You can probably make this room this tall. No, I don't need to make it. We'll make the room this tall. Make that the wall there. You can put a ladder here. I'm gonna need steel to be able to, like, start properly dealing with this. We can worry about that when we get there. There's the door to that. We can do that. Might not that. Should I make it that deep? Let's not make it this deep. Cancel that. Cancel that tile. Make it this deep. That should be plenty. What I could potentially do is put that up there, and then when it's time to yeah, when it's time to put water in there, then that'll be good. I can just connect it up. All inputs blocked. Yeah, that's fine. Because I'll have to pull all the air out of this room as well. We can do that with this. Put a mini pump up here. Well, if you're gonna have the big fat cable, we can do that. Alright, because that'll put all that power on that grid as well. So it'll be a thing that I can run this to avoid needing to run the other stuff. And that'll be good. This is also going to require me to have... cooling. So my hope is I will use the thing I'm cooling down to cool this system. It's safe to assume these are going to cut across here. We'll make that the connected side. So bring in the liquid from... No, we won't make that the connected side. It's going to be too much of a pain to get that around. To all these pipes. So we could do... We can have that go that way. Alright. Have that one go there. That is ultimately going to go through there. Let's cancel that block of it. Start making this more of a properly implemented thing here. Alright, well I just realized I opened that up. That's actually pretty okay, honestly. We don't put enough through there to matter anymore. It's mostly that this part gets caught. But they'll get that built, then we can scoop this out. And it'll be alright. I have to go as far over as that. Okay. Sure, I don't really care. Their food is still recovering. We're still shipping everything out of here. Still close to a vacuum without being one. That's really like where all of this is right now, is just we've got a whole bunch of almost set up things, but none of them are really fully set up. All right. Yes, they're just hauling and cleaning up. I think that's fine for right now while everything else is running. The chlorine is being just let out of the building, so I could just live with that. The oxygen's getting low again. Alright, so I do have to address this problem. I was really hoping I wouldn't. This is going to create more heat if I open this up. Alright, I'm going to have to open it up. Alright. Because one of my options is I could put oxygen production over here. Is I think what I'm going to do. Not that. You. We can hook up power to it. Because that should help more in having another place we deliver oxygen through. And I've got the vents over here. So I'll help you get both ways over here. That should help make this less of a problem on this end. But it's very clear that the oxygen production is not enough right now. Actually, you can just put that there. You can reach it from this side. Well, actually, you will be able to reach it from that side. Let's go ahead and cut all that out, cut that out. Put a ladder here for now. Cut this out. They can get up there, get all the way over there and deal with that. In the meantime, mine those two tiles. Actually, mine all of that. Over here, they're still working on it. Alright, so liquid sulfur comes at 329 degrees. And liquid sulfur turns into solid sulfur at 239. So honestly, if I just let the sulfur out here, if I have a cooling system here, it'll just turn itself back into solid sulfur and it just gives me a sulfur supply. The big thing I gotta do is I gotta deal with all of this. That's not the way I want to do it, actually. Do that. And mine this. For time being, we can lock you open, because it's just dumping stuff through here, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Meanwhile, we need to get that steel over. Alright, you've got the steel. So, turn that off manual, turn this on. They'll push the steel through, and then we'll have steel on the other side for the aqua tuner. Okay, there should be basically no more water from coming up here, if I'm not mistaken, so we can clean that up. We can also clean this tile up too, because from here, they have no reason to go in that room anymore. And disable it. Cool. So now you've got steel. With its steel, I should be able to go in here and say, I would like utility, the thermo aqua tuner. You require more steel. I understand. So restock it. So we're still collecting everything. Like, I'm basically waiting for one of these to actually come back online. Yeah, so sweep you. And sweep all of you. You come back on in 12 cycles, so that'll be good. Keep digging this out. Collecting materials from all over here. Air in here is all good. Temperature in here is actually getting too cold. And the water intake line is empty. I'm gonna have pump some hot water in here for a little bit. I wonder if it makes sense for this kind of thing to, instead of using the big liquid pump, to have just like the little liquid pump. I'm gonna let it just kind of like trickle in tiny bits of water at a time. And that'd perhaps make it far more stable. Because a lot of times when I run this thing, it ends up being its own problem. Because it is 130-degree water. I'm probably going to go to that reservoir is full, and then we're going to cut it off again. You can use a valve to set the flow rate. Yeah, so like with that, what I'll try and do is set it to like the minimum flow rate that is not nothing that I can get through there kind of thing. Right now we're on the edge of potentially going too cold. What is the minimum temperature getting out? 41. We're at 44. Okay. So cut that, and let's cut it down to like 500 grams. So it should be just all right, 500 grams more than I thought. 50 grams. There we go. So there's a teeny tiny trace of water. Because it should gradually bring in hot water as well. Dupe said it? Yeah, they did. It's actually pretty close to its overheat temperature. That might break at some point. If it does, I'll make it out something else. Okay, did you actually get the steel shipped in here? Yes, you did. Turn this on. Stop manually feeding it. Okay, you're good on food. You're the one who needs it most, so we need to check, because that one also looks like they're having a food problem there. Alright. So let's get one aqua tuner in the other location. I keep debating whether or not I want to just put one or try and put two. Alright, so you're having crop problems. Or not. I mean, the irrigation one, that's been a problem the whole time. As long as these ones are okay. Alright, so utility-wise, I should have enough for a steel aqua tuner. So, if I do this, they should be able to power it pretty much well, I mean, we'll have outside power. We'll run it pretty much constantly. It'll be able to cool stuff off by about 25 degrees per cycle. I kind of want to have two of them because I'll be making petroleum. It's entirely possible I could keep this so it's actually cooling everything down. Really torn on this one. Put one here. I'm gonna switch the material, so let's not go and make a mistake there. So we'll have the automation. Pipe. I'm gonna build two. Okay, that's the out that goes into this part. Then this is the intake. Okay, one thing I am going to need is you're going to need a ladder. Do this. And then you should be able to do most of the rest of this construction from the other end. Okay. Oh yeah, you weren't looking to put a ladder here. That's right, I actually wasn't planning on doing any of this ladder here. So cancel this whole ladder being built here. Dig that spot. Deconstruct that ladder there. That's why I have this gap here. is for the ladder, as well as anything else I'm going to run through here. Just like before, I'm going to make this whole thing a vacuum, so I can put the really high power wire right through the middle of this. I'm not super worried by that. Okay, so we're working on all that. We're mining at all this for refined metal and all sorts of other goodies. Just taking their time. You're starting to get pretty high up there in stress. What is your problem? It's Nicola. What is your issue? Soggy feet. Holding your breath. Well, hear me out. Keep mopping. Actually, one thing we can do with this, deconstruct that tile. Because we can keep getting this water down little by little. That's going to go a long way for us. So I want to get the water out of here. We're just not there yet. I don't actually have a place for that to refill. You know what we can do? I could have him just dump it in this pit here. Deal with it at a later date. Right now, I just need them to not get the never-ending mood penalty for soggy water. Which you could probably get that around a little bit by doing that. Alright, so that should prevent them from getting soggy water other than when they're running down here, which is basically never. Getting lots of good material. Good do this, been meaning to this. We're going to cut that straight across there. Because like I said, I want to get with the oxalate where I can just go like this and get all the oxalate. Alright, so all that's going fine. Our calories not amazing. I don't have a massage room, do I? Honestly, this room down here could be made into a massage room. Actually, those are doors. I don't even need to do that. So we can go down here and put in a singular massage table. Okay, I'm starting to push limits. I do actually have a decent amount, so let's switch this out for conductive wire. I am out of refined metal. We'll get there. The good news is half of the stuff isn't running at any given time. We'll want to switch that out pretty soon. Meanwhile... Oh, you finally finished that up there. I've been waiting for that forever. Come on. So you can go here and go to furniture. Large sculpture. Put one of those there. Get all the bedrooms looking nice. Put the trim all up here to make these look nicer. Alright. Yeah, so you don't have enough iron. That'll be okay, we'll get more. That seems to be the big thing I don't have on this one up here, is they don't have good metals up here. But once I get to the volcanoes down here, that should change. Actually, go to these. Is it time? It is time. Alright. Snazzy suit. Okay, and have a snazzy suit. Colony achievement earned. Have 8 duplicants wear non-default clothing simultaneously. Nice. Alright, well, good luck with your oxalate if you can get a hold of it. We got people who have earned skill points here, so let's look at our duplicant skills. So we set you up with max ranching. You're going to start learning more stuff because eventually you're going to have to look at that. And Nicola is not getting any more stuff because they're having mood problems because they have too many skill points. We don't have a bunch of entertainment, all that. Alright, so your crops are still dealing with irrigation problems. That's going to be a forever problem. Oh, right, automation lines, so I'm going to need to hook those up. What I can do here is just for my own laziness. Hit that. I'll just do it manually. Alright, so continuing to build all that's going. That's all going up there. And Zanespork, how's it going? What I was going to do is up here as well. Yeah, I've already got that tuned way down. I want them to jump on getting, like, anytime they start getting any meaningful amount of stress, just immediately go get the stress worked out. Got those two. Got that one. We're still working on this. Got those two. Get that one. This whole thing's gonna be a pain, isn't it? Alright. You can get that. You get all that. Let's go ahead and wait on those ones. Alright. Just run because you can't sleep normal hours? I know that feeling. Been there. Which did homework? Is storage full? Storage is not full, right? No, but it's making good progress at getting full. Okay. You've got just about everything taken out of this set of rooms, which is good. We got most of the stuff out of the middle here, except we got a pile right there. Probably stuff they started climbing up and then went, oh no, and I couldn't finish. How's the temperature going in here? Okay, so temperature is warming up again. That's kind of what I was hoping, is just having those little bits of water rolling through would just keep it warm without superheating it, kind of thing. Alright, got all that. Got that. Alright. And you're just not going to mind this, are you? What are you working on? Oh, are you restricted from going out here? No, you're not restricted. Huh. It's fine, whatever. I say as I observe that their air is in a horrible, horrible, horrible situation. Like, it's actually not that horrible. It's horrible up here. But down here it's fine. It's an unreachable build because they need to get that spot. Yeah, so I'll probably end up doing is because that's where I have all those cold pipes going through. I'm genuinely thinking we just go like this. Not like that. Basically make a radiant pipe. And just have this cool cycle, so we just go like that and slowly just bring the temperature down this whole area, because this is feeding that temperature up there. This is a very roundabout way. It's probably going to be way more than this can handle. But that's fine. It's one tile too far. Cancel build that. Cancel build that. You make that right pipe. That actually worked out pretty well. Because this, I believe, where's our... Yeah, so this is our petroleum line. And take it like that. Well, an insulated tile there. Okay. Because then what will happen is I can connect the petroleum line to put the petroleum in this for the cooling. Oh, I missed a spot here, it would seem. Nope, I put you in the wrong spot. Alright, so keep building all that garbage. I'll probably need a yeah, I'll need a ladder there. We already have a ladder over here. You can reach all that, you can reach all this, so that shall be good. Okay. Yeah, so the idea is that we cool this off, and we'll have this whole area where we just dump all that out, temperature-wise. We run it through here again, we just keep on cycling and cycling and cycling. That what should happen is that should lower down the temperature of this whole area as much as we possibly can. So that this can run more constantly to make more petroleum and we not run into that problem. And just temperature manage your stuff. And they're still working on that. Yeah, they've been getting more of this up here. Damage from overheating. The pitcher pump is overheating. Well, honestly, I don't need that pitcher pump at all anymore. Except I do realize I was using it as a platform. That's fine. Also cancel all of that and you. Okay. We have high stress. Fried mushrooms. Your calories are good. Your calories are alright. Your calories are low. You get the fried mushrooms. Yeah, so we're wasting a bunch of time up here clearing that off, which I've told them to do. That's on me. But I think that's fine. Honestly, it would actually make sense to block out a little radiation here and here. Like I said, I'm trying to make this flat so when it comes to picking up the oxalates, just run up, grab the oxalate, run back down, that kind of thing. So not having to climb up and down any more than I have to would be an improvement. Over here, I'm just going to put regular titles. I'm not going to worry about that stuff over here at all. Okay, because that should reduce the radiation that gets through a little bit. Come on. If you look at the radiation, you can see how much those tiles help. These would all get 125 rads. Down here, they only get 50. And they go through more, and it gets even reduced. Yeah, over here, they're getting like 10 and 14 rads. Alright. You can't reach any of that, that's fine. Still have more stuff to be swept here. Is your suit not getting filled up? Why are you running out of air there? No, it looks like you're fine. He's sick? Right. Yeah, they're gonna be sick because the amount of slime lung I have literally everywhere. We want to fix that problem, but as long as I have this giant pit here, that's not going away. Because it's making all this polluted oxygen, which is not going to get solved. My hope is to be able to deal with the polluted oxygen by either making it super cold or probably just super cold. Alright, so you're actually good to go, or I can seal you now. I'll get that set up later. Right now, I need something better than what we got for coolant. I want it to get ridiculously cold. Because then it give me an opportunity to just make this, like, be able to clean all of our polluted oxygen forever. Just say polluted oxygen, I get it, I shove it up here. Like, I'll make a little room over here. I shove it in the room. As long as the room has the polluted oxygen in it, it just ignores it. As the polluted oxygen becomes just liquid oxygen, it would, cut off the cycle. Like, I'd have a valve turn on and off. So if valve would turn off, it turns into regular oxygen. That would allow it to heat up. You don't have super coolant? No, not yet. I have materials that aren't available on the planet yet, so I gotta wait for it. So it's just sitting up there, not done. Because for super coolant, I need the fluorine. For the fluorine, I need graphite, which I believe I was missing. Honestly, we're getting pretty close. Graphite's the only thing I'm missing. You can use hydrogen then? Yeah, I just don't have hydrogen convenient on the planet yet. So if we crush fluorine, it becomes graphite and sand. Where do I get graphite? Graphite's in our plant. Yeah, that's what I'm missing. Use the thermoelectric cooler instead of the aqua tuner. Thermoelectric cooler? Cools gas pipe through, but outputs E in its immediate vicinity. So it cools it by 25 degrees. Oh, I see what you're saying. But then I need a means of cooling the hydrogen. Or unless you're saying use something like this, like put like for example, what is it? Petroleum, like put petroleum in like this loop, have the petroleum go and clean the clean or cool the hydrogen, have the hydrogen cool the oxygen. Or what you're saying, hang on. What is your stats? So your condensation point for the hydrogen is 421 degrees negative. Whereas the polluted... Okay. Oh, okay. I just see... I see what you're saying. But then, what am I going to use to... Yeah. Right, so I can use this with just whatever. To cool. Well, actually, I don't need to put this way out here, then, do I? Because like I have this system for cooling here when it's actually turned on. Same steam room setup. Right. Alright, I'm willing to tinker with this. So we would deconstruct these two tiles, so I can get in here. We would still have the water here, so that little clump of water that's frozen there is fine. The nullifier in the steam room and the gas pipe. Yeah, nullifier in the steam room and the gas pipe into the hydrogen circulating into that. Pretty saying that to use hydrogen gas vents instead of liquid. Do note that you're capped with 1/10 the amount of fluid per towel. Yeah, so we're saying get rid of this. Well, that I have doing or cooling right now. And so get rid of the pipes here. So to just get rid of the entire pipe setup here. Because I'm willing to tinker with this. Still need a pipe from the steam turbine. Oh, right. Wait, did I catch it or was I around it? No, I missed it. We still have that pipe. Okay. So collect all this junk and get it out of here. Meanwhile, what you're saying is put in the thermoregulator. And then is there an equivalent to... So I need to cool you. That's what I gotta figure out. That dupe is stressed. Yeah. Trying to make that better. We'll do the temperature sensor here. That's extra. Right, what I'm trying to see is how I cool off the steam engine. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I was using the water to do that. Just from the gas pipes? Okay. I didn't think that was gonna be enough, but we could try it. Alright, so you'll have it insulated go this way. Insulated go this way. Radiant. There. You'll have to pass the gas pipe behind it. And have a little oil or water on the turbine. Oh, I see. Just have something for it to conduct with. So you can just go plunk and plunk. And I can just drop whatever here to make it happen. I mean, honestly, what I could probably even do with that is deliberately... Now you can run the water output. You can run the water output through the liquid cooling thingies you're using as another option. Yeah, this shouldn't be too much of a problem. You need drywall behind it too. There we go. Alright, and with that we will have the gas pipe go this way. And then we would have a second room over here. You don't think the thermonullifier generates that much heat, but will it generate enough to reliably have steam? That's the question. Okay. So with that, we're going to have this room over here. Let's go ahead and make this the full width. It's working to lower the heat capacities. And lower power. Alright. Yeah, that's okay. I'm not too worried about running the turbine constantly. I've got the solar panels here. Why are you all complaining about not being hooked up anymore? Oh, it's because there's nothing consuming the power. Alright. So, then the idea is I'd put oxygen into this room. Like, just literally vent oxygen into this room. The room would get super cold. The oxygen would turn into liquid. And I would kind of turn off the cycle for a moment. Let the oxygen... Well, polluted oxygen would come in the room. Let it, like, turn off the cycle for a minute. Let the polluted oxygen turn back into oxygen. And then, you know, shove it out, back out of here. Should be curious. And you can also take the liquid oxygen, just literally just put it down here. The moment it gets to, like... Doesn't liquefy the pure oxygen? I thought that's literally what it said it did. Yeah, its liquid state is oxygen. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like, okay, or the alternative is I could literally pump it just down into this space and then just let out. Because the only thing is I gotta get out here before it turns back into a gas. The downside is that it's going to be extremely cold. But also it has its own benefits, because then I could potentially use that as another place to sink heat. You need to build a heat exchanger. Well, let's go down here and... Alright, your food's fine. Your food's fine. Your food's okay, you'll take the mushrooms. Cool food to minus 30. Don't you need batteries for that unless you don't want mind it halting at night? And yes, it liquefies pure oxygen. Does it output something else, though? No, I don't believe so. At least not that it was implying. If it does, it'd be... I don't know what you'd even have put out otherwise. Cool food and store in a vacuum. Should be dirt. Well, that'll work out. Honestly, in this case, I'm gonna go put a door on those. We can just lock them. I know if you boil it, it makes dirt. Dirt is only when you boil it. Yeah. Should be the same for liquid, then. Yes, polluted water. Yep. Yeah, now I'm just to the point with the polluted oxygen, it's becoming such a pain that even if it's not efficient, I want to just be able to, like, bleed off the polluted oxygen to turn into clean oxygen. Just, I mean, if for no other reason, because I want to see it happen. I just want to see it work. Okay, we can go ahead and grab the pipes. Because you're going to be radiant pipe throughout all this. Not pipe, not pipe. That's not what I want. Gonna do this. I also need to leave room for the oxygen to be pulled in and out of this room. Okay. Honestly, I could use a high pressure one here. We can have that, because then what we would do is we'd turn into a liquid. You always have issues with doing this for rocket fuel. I'll do a mini pump. Okay. Oh, and we will also need drywall. So what ranges? So you're a liquid at 400... 421. Okay. Cycle 1000. Yay. Why are you getting damaged? It's always assumed watching folks make Rual gold machines to get the ends they want in the game. Exchanging the heat between the output and incoming product will increase throughput, but have to work on the phase transitioning output without breaking things. Do not sweep the ice. You're gonna want to run that outside the insulated tile? Oh, because it's gonna make it colder. Let's see, liquid cryogases are super sensitive to temperature. Gotcha. Alright, so they're building that. That's making progress. We go way down here. That's nearly a vacuum. You're still cleaning stuff up. Honestly, that piece of rock can just stay there for the moment. We can disassemble that one piece there, because I am going to seal that at some point. Yeah, and the area that they've already cleared out is getting larger and larger. Set this to sweep again. Okay. How are my slicksters doing? Yeah, they're still doing fine. Someday I'll do something with that tiny little bit of oil they've got there. Copy settings, and storage expanded. How are things going here? You're still waiting for your steel for your aqua tuner. I am going to need more steel to set this up. That's fine. They wouldn't put past the dead to include a machine that with a name that as an injector. Let's see. Rodriguez would type. Okay, so you've got all this sorted, so you can mine this section out. That'll be fine. We'll wait on this. Mine that out. So I can hopefully get this all set up. Okay, that's still coming along. Alright, so our natural gas is starting to fill up. Our hydrogen is done. Oh, with our hydrogen done, then I need to rehook up our petroleum. Did I disconnect the petroleum? Wait a second. The petroleum. Oh, no, I just turned it off. That's right. I turned it off because I had an overabundance of hydrogen, so I was like, alright, let's just burn through our hydrogen for a while. Meanwhile, we'll go back over here. Are you full of steel? You are not, so top it off. We have to do 2 more loads here. Can you not get in there? Oh, you can't. Because this is the thing. They don't really know how it works, which is fine. In that case, you can go like this. It should give me access to most of this. Temperature in there is still holding. Alright, let's jump this up to 100 grams. Because that room's still getting too cold. It's pretty simple. You put a critter in one side, and it poops out a variant on the other. I figured it's something along those lines. I just hadn't messed with it yet. Okay. So literally, this is pretty much waiting for it to go dormant. And then that's pretty much ready. And I also want to get this second volcano on the circuit. So that'll be a whole thing to figure out. Alright. So you're going to need to be able to get water in here. Let's grab the liquid pipe. That's the water intake. We're putting water in our reservoir in there. Why is the regular tile over the not insulated? I have to mine this out first. So basically this is ready. I'm waiting for it to be a vacuum. I'll knock out those 2 tiles, grab them, and then plug it up. I'll wait till it's dormant to do that so I have more enough time to make sure it gets done. Because that room is still in progress. Copper. I believe, did you need? You did not need refined metal, it was you who needed more refined metal. You're just gonna give it for me, that free, then I'll just do that. Then the other thing I need is, let's grab pipe. Okay, so we've got that one set up. Alright, so that's the input. This is the output. And then we can go up here. That way we can disconnect that later. And I didn't see what they complained of. Probably suffocation would be my guess. From someone trying to do this up here. No, it's actually basically done up there. Alright. It's fine. Let's keep letting him sort it out. It's okay. As a future-proofing thing anyways. So it's not an urgent right now thing. Alright. Your crops should be doing relatively okay, because that's irrigation as always. That's a worn atmosphere suit. We are going to have to send those back. So we're going to get rid of the plastic as here. So manually feed that over. Oh, that's save hang. Still wonder why they're waiting. There should be 2 full stacks of steel. Unless I actually used it for something else, which is a pretty realistic concern. But that's fine. We'll just send more steel over. Are you full? You are not. You do have production set up to make steel. You're just not doing it right now. Probably need more iron. Suffocating. Yeah, you probably run up there. Couldn't quite get to where you're trying to reach. Or they're running over here trying to grab dirt from down here at the bottom. Probably time to restrict them here again. Alright. Because I need the steel to get over here to set this up. We're trying to get this up to clean up our air. You're going to need this nonsense. Alright. And I do have a thing of ice in there that should be plenty. I'm actually concerned about being too much. Very too much. That feels like very, very too much. We're just gonna kind of split an ice stack or whatever. The 300 kilograms sounds like a room that's just going to rupture. Let's see. So that's... Each of these is around, so like 1,500 kilograms there. Oh wait, that's not that bad. It's 1,500 kilograms for a tile of water, and that is, yeah, that's fine. It'll be a not complete tile of water, so it'll boil. That should be fine. There'll be decently high pressure in there, but that's okay. Alright, Volcano, I need you to stop being, Oh, you are active. You're about to start up again. That's perfect. I'm waiting for you to say dormant, waiting for that to be a vacuum. I'd probably help it reach a vacuum by deconstructing these two and putting another gate there. Right, I can't put it there because of the heavy cable. You know, I don't care that much. I was gonna sit there and hook it up. It's like, all right, this is being a pain. I'm just gonna leave it alone. It's fine. It'll get there. It was already down to a vacuum before, just about. I really only care about this room down here. I don't really care about this. Like, this one I want to make a vacuum for tinkering with stuff I shouldn't poke. This one I want to make a vacuum just for the sake of being able to deal with it. Yeah, so that is where they're getting the point of suffocating. Getting all the way over here, grabbing that regolith, and then going, wait, I need air, and then leaving it on the ground. And then the next one's turn. Starvation. Oh, that's just because you ran so far away. They'll get it. It's fine. If they take enough attempts at it, they'll be able to get it. Yeah, because they got pretty much everything tidied up. I need to have them doing something productive. I mean, this is probably a waste, but it'd make collecting the oxalate easier, and it'll cut back on the radiation that gets down there. I don't care on this side. I'm not going to go that effort. But it'll also be interesting to, like, fill in this to make this... Not necessarily the whole thing, like, cut across here, let them fill in this to make this area start being able to oxygenate this so I can go farther without having to deal with the oxygen as bad. I haven't been focusing on that because I'm trying to get stuff set up here. Oh, it's just coming off of being dormant. Does it say when the last eruption was? No, it doesn't. It's fine. But just coming off dormant, so that'll kick in, and that'll be a source of a bunch of power. Then that'll start kicking on and start cooling off this petroleum that's been sitting at 101 this whole time because it's never been through the thermal regulator. Not thermal regulator, the aqua tuner. Natural gas is still doing real well. You still have to work on this. Got coal up there. How are your temperatures doing? Alright, so you're warming up a little bit, but maintaining. I think that's good. Finding that nice little balance. Oh, good! They finally built the aqua tuner. Okay. What is your temperature? So, I probably don't need to go on the full-on steel. What temperature is your melting point here? Yeah, that's going to be way more than enough, so we're good. We don't need to go full-on steel for that one. So we can go power, heavy wire. Now deconstruct that tile. We'll put the power connection between it. And I'm going to need another load of steel brought in for the extra thermal aqua tuner. I don't think I'm going to actually be able to run both. But I would hate to build it and not be able to do, like, and not be able to get what I need out of this. And then have to tear the whole thing apart to do it when I could just waste, like, one stack of steel. And then call it a day. Brine, yeah, sure. How goes your steel production? So iron to steel, you have everything you need to do it. So it's just literally you just have to do it. That's fine. It's probably running around doing all the other projects that keep giving them without giving them any breaks is what's holding them up. We're trying to clean up, literally carving out all of this up here, piled on the bottom, trying to get all of that out of there. So people who have tidy setup are just doing laps for the rest of their days. Oh, good. So they got everything out of here. So, yeah, so in this room, we're basically just waiting for it to go dormant. The moment it goes dormant, I pull out those. I make sure I get the granite block out of there. We'll make that, like, literally an emergency, remove it. We'll plug this up. This will be all sealed and ready. I've got my water pipe all lined up, where literally all I have to do is just... Oh, I just realized. You're set to... not open that door. So that one... Don't do that. So that one you can go in and out. This one, you may not. Oh, please do not let more water in here. So it's not even erupting. Just the rising pressure of it is heating this up to start getting those going. Last time I was here, you couldn't wait for the volcano to explode. Now you come in, you're wanting it not to? About mixed signals? Well, no, I want it to explode, but first I need to wait for it to go dormant so I can finish setting that one up. And that'll be a second volcano. This volcano has been long since tamed. It does wonderful work when it's ready for it. Right now I just have too much stuff going on that they're not getting done. How's it going, Rhetorical? Yeah, so now that's running. This will start making this into steam, which will help augment that, which will be good. That's concerning that the gas vent is hitting limitations. Yeah, so pretty soon that'll become steam, and then those will kick on, and that'll help keep that running. Yeah, definitely last time I did not put enough water in here. Like, we had a bunch more, and it's running way better now. I mean, I had an aggravating but productive day. Well, at least it's productive. The aggravating part's not as fun, but, you know, at least it's productive. Silver linings and all that. How's yours been? It's been pretty good. I need to actually eat my dinner. I might actually do that. Because I might do the thing here. Where I go boom, boom, and boom. Now I can eat my dinner without weirding people out with a whole bunch of, like, food stuff. Bringing sense a bit off topic. It's posted on your Discord, but anyone using Curge for mods for Minecraft, WoW, and other games? Looks like their client has been compromised. Oh, that's no fun. And thank you for the stop procrastinating. I just get distracted and then I forget to eat. Because that is the ADHD life. Like, I mean, I had the food in front of me, so I don't ultimately forget to eat. It's just I eat way later when it's nowhere near as good. Aw, you're all sad and sick. It's fine. Aw, Illicit's starving because she's busy crying. He's like, my eyes are really irritated from going through the hydrogen, and it makes me sad. Which I guess is fair. I think I would be sad if my life involved regular, very high eye irritation. I think the only way I'd be able to define that is salty. There we go. So I'll connect that. That should enclose the loop. At which point I should be able to put the petroleum in there. And then once we get the steel over and put that in... Are you out of gold? Isn't there just gold here? Salt does irritate the eyes. Looks like various mods and mod packs had some co-injected, but the context third party, remote code execution. Yup. And honestly, for a lot of that, like a lot of the World of Warcraft, those are like UI mods too, and they could still do that. As well as things that you always have to be real cautious about what you trust. That's one of the other things with like different mods can be different things, like different games I should say. Some game mods, they don't let them get that deep into the code kind of thing. And then that's, I mean, they can get into the code, but they can't, like, it's not executable. Like, there's mods where it's just Lua, and so they're pretty limited on what they can do. And then there's stuff that's like, you want to straight up run Java or whatever? Sure, that's fine. Why would we stop you? That's another reason why I'm hesitant on mods, because it's not been a thing, like, this is a third-party compromise, so that's a different thing. But there have been nefarious mods before. Plenty. Okay. Normally use mods that are well, that's the thing. Strider, is when you get mods and you take whatever files they give you and all that, and you load it into your game is now executing code. Now that said, like I said, there's different ones. There's ones that are like Lua, there's one that they just swap texture files and all that, and those are usually relatively safe. It's not that those have never had a problem, but usually it's the game itself has to have something really bad they've done. That then becomes a problem. Oh. Did I miss? Oh, I see. I missed a tiny little section. Well, here. Final Fantasy 14 recently experienced that. Usually my communities are good at calling them out, but you really do need to stay connected to the community. This is a storage type for executable. Every mod is a modification of code. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are some mods that literally just replace text files, and those are usually safe. There are ones that are, like, just swapping Lua, and those are usually also relatively safe, because then they're at least running code within the, like, structured within the game itself. And then you have stuff like Minecraft mods and Product Zomboid mods that modify the Java, and that is just straight up code. They can do whatever the heck they want with that. They want to, you know, have it phone home to whatever malicious server they're running. By all means, if they want it to, you know, do a thing that encrypts your entire hard drive and then says, hey, if you want your hard drive back, best get paying me money. That's how that stuff comes. So that's one of those things that... It's another reason I'm always leery about going too over top of mods. Now, granted, a lot of mod communities are pretty good at calling it out. You'll usually have a lot of people who... They will run a mod and they will see, okay, does this do anything to call out to a server? You can have it where they reverse engineer and look at the code But I mean, the more obscure the mod gets, the more risk you're taking, because the chance of people going through and checking it get lower and lower. This one seems to be anything Java related, but they do have some standalone clients for the mod management that run Java. Could have been compromised as well. Yep. It's always those things. It's not that I am against running any code on my machine that's third party. You have to. Literally, games are a third party code kind of thing. Um, you have to trust some, but it's those things that's like random mod out there on the internet. That's where I get really cautious. Now, also stuff like map mods are usually not too bad either. A lot of map mods are usually just, you know, whatever comma separated Lua whatever thing that is then interpreted by the game. That again, it's not that they can't compromise it, it's just very unlikely, or the scope is usually not bad. It's just very difficult to meaningfully compromise. Oh, here. That's your problem, is you need more ladder. Yeah, I don't touch mods. There's Echo the Fae saying, yeah, I don't touch mods that haven't been updated within the past year. The game's latest patch, unless confirmed compatible, I don't see a lot of reason for amount popularity. Yeah, just made proof of concept and sent it to the devs though. Years ago, I made a WoW mod that could have allowed me to remote execution with someone else's client, which didn't have full system access, but it could steal their gold. Yep. Well, that's usually how a lot of compromises you hear about them, is they'll sit there and be like, hey, you know, there has been a theoretical compromise that you could do XYZ remote control, and then someone will be like, okay, I have done on my test bed that I was able to execute code on the other thing without a problem. No problem, I do appreciate the follow, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Are any of the mods on Nexus mod comp page comp? Comp? You mean compromise? Oh, I mean, there's going to be, absolutely. There'll be lots of them that are compromised that we won't know until whoever has compromised it does whatever they do that's nefarious with it. Like, that's the thing, is a lot of compromises, you'll have people put out code there that'll either have some means of getting their payload, as it's called, that does whatever nefarious thing it does, and they will just leave it there for a long time. And then, you know, either some of them will have like a pre-programmed trigger point, or it'll have its connection that, like, whatever its automatic updating thing is, the person will drop the compromised version of the mod whenever they're trying to, you know, quote unquote cash out. I'm not saying, like, and this, for the record, there's an extremely small number that do that. But there have been, like, packages used in software development that have been around for literal decades, that the person just got pissed off about something or other, they push out an update, and then suddenly there's this huge breach. Or in some cases, they'll have it where it's not even a breach thing. That code becomes extremely commonly used, and that the person again gets pissed off and goes, all right, well, I'm just going to, you know, take my toys and go home, and then suddenly all your code, like, all your stuff stops working because they put out, like, a bad bug on purpose or whatever to break everything. Oh yeah, it exists outside of games too. Yeah, so I don't have more gold here. Alright. So I don't have more gold here to finish building these things. So take that apart. So heavy wire. So if I make it out of cobalt... Alright, so cobalt... I'm gonna have to make it out of steel, aren't I? It's fine. I just don't have enough material to, Oh, up here doesn't have to be a thing special. That can be cheap stuff. Just that part of the cable needs to be nice. Yeah. So we got all that kind of stuff set up. So start getting that taken care of. Alright, we need to go back over here again. Where are you? So we've already patched up the worn suit. Here. So you still don't have steel in you. Did I turn down your priority really low? No, you still got a normal priority. And iron to steel, I still got all the stuff I need here. Yeah, just any code you run on your machine that isn't your own, you should always make sure you trust where it came from. So if you deal with like literally random person that no one's ever heard of it before again who decides to, like, make some mod for whatever game, it's one of those things that you are taking a risk. It may be a low risk, but you are taking a risk. And that's the thing, like, any individual mod being a problem is very negligible chance. It's just, you know. And again, I do run mods as well, but usually it's one of those things I kind of wait till mods are out there, they're popular, they've been around a long time, or that they do very little things. Alright. Alright, we're down to milligrams again. How's the food? It's going alright. I'm snacking, I'm not wolfing it down. It's also another thing, if anyone ever sits there and goes, this thing never has a compromise. Either A, it has not had a compromise yet, or has not had a known compromise, or they're filthy liars. Because there's no such thing as a thing that never gets compromised. You know, I'm eating. I am physically eating. I'm just not shoveling it into my mouth at rapid speed. I'm enjoying my dinner. Has DOS 1.0 Urban Compromise? Probably. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. What do you mean you aren't shoveling food in your mouth? That isn't the duplicate way, says Cryo. I know, but I'm not a duplicate. I mean, you've seen the intelligence of the duplicants. I definitely do not want to emulate them. I'd really like you to go dormant, because you're basically ready to rock and roll. We can hook up the petroleum now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's the out. This is the in. We can let the petroleum through the system. But I do need the petroleum line. Okay, so cut the petroleum line on this side. Oh, I already get called out for normally eating really fast. I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I actually put up the graphic. Normally, I shovel real fast. It is just the nature of the beast, because, you know, people want you to be making content, and you're not doing that, they go away. Alright, so that wire is all hooked up. We're still waiting for the steel to get over here, so I can build a second steel aqua tuner. And then once this is the vacuum, we'll slam down a tile here. I think getting DOS 1.0 on a network, I think it'd be difficult if not possible. Yeah, no, more than likely the way it'd be compromised on Burning Sun is it'd be like, you can install this productivity app on your... Well, you could install this productivity application, not even app, application on your computer that it's the thing that's compromised or whatever. It'd be a Trojan horse kind of virus. Now, like a worm kind of virus, that'd be, I would agree, that'd be very difficult to do with DOS. Like DOS 1.0. You're struggling with steel protection? The worst thing is I have all the materials. I probably just need... it's free oxygen time. Yeah. That's the reason I did that, because now I can just go, boom, give me oxygen. And do that and that. Last pass CTO said, the last pass of the hospital, impossible breach. Oh yeah, no, last pass has been compromised 2 or 3 times. That was, like, the fact that it got compromised didn't bother me. It was how they handled it after they got compromised more than once. Like, the second time I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna use you anymore. I'm good. Yeah, so air pressure is low because we're not getting enough oxygen. Sweetle eggs? Sure. Yeah, you've almost got that all cleaned up. Put a towel there that'll reduce the airflow a little bit. That's mostly fine. Still waiting on that. Still doing your thing up here. What in the... Yeah, the, over here. It's a... I think it's a variant on the Sweetle. Because it says it's related to the Sweetle, but it apparently will take care of plants for you. And that said, it's there, so I'm leaving it alone. Because it doesn't... It's not hurting me or anything. Alright, and we're at that point that I'm not going to... process these things much more. Because then I let this out. And I do want to let that out, but not until I get this all sorted down here. Grub grub? Yep. Yeah, that's the first thing when I saw. I was like, are you hostile? I was like, okay, you're not hostile. Like, do I need to be worried about you? Yeah, so we're putting all the oxalate in here, which is immediately solving our oxygen pressure problem in there, so that's good. Okay. Actually, can mine all of that. Get rid of those. Alright, I was going to check over here. You've got a little steel in there. You can do better. And also sweep that up. So, this is going to be a problem. I'm not using the petroleum nearly fast enough. This keeps being on the edge of overheating, so it keeps turning on and off. I really need to, I wonder if when you get put underneath the oil, if you'll turn off. Like you'll get flooded and shut down. Alright. I'd really like you to get that steel in here. It'd really make me happy if you got that steel where I needed it. Is there a limit on materials around those two bases? Or are you able to expand farther for mining purposes? I am able to expand that. So you can automate it with liquid sensor shutdown if that's what you want. I could do shutdown what in the huh? I'm not sure what we're talking about. Oh, the oil timeout? Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just going to keep letting it fill up. Because the plan of what's going to happen here is once I get this temperature handled, where they could just keep running the oil refinery, our petroleum production should go real well at that point. And I should start burning through a lot of oil at that point. So having it overproduce now, it will block off this gas vent, but at the same time, if it's forcing all of this gas up here anyways, it just means this one will catch it. So I'm not too worried about it. I wonder if I can, get that speck of water out of there. There you go. Get the speck of water out of there. Alright, those are gone, alright. Alright. Okay, so I believe this is all a closed loop. It is ready for oil to run through it. So the oil, or not oil, the petroleum. So this is a petroleum line here, which can connect right there. So that's the first thing we do, is, now I think about it, it needs to be a bridge. Yeah. There needs to be a bridge there, and the reason there needs to be a bridge there is just so I can, like, make sure it goes this way. Oh, that. And meanwhile, why are you not putting any of the petroleum out the other system? They've got this connection. It goes into this. How did I get the petroleum out the first time? Oh, it's not connected to the shutoff. There's your problem. Wait. Hey, you have a liquid pipe. What are you made out of? Rock. Look, I don't care what you're made out of. I just need you to actually connect. I do dislike that this covers it up so I cannot actually see that it's connected or not. I believe it's connected now. At which point, then I have to ask the question, why are you not... Oh, right. I have it set up on this where these have to be full enough and then it passes the petroleum through. Yeah, that's fine. We're just waiting for the, for this to be better. Which is fine. I'm still waiting on steel for that as well. Alright, let's check on you. Still waiting on steel there. You're still pulling the air out of here, as well as this junk all on the ground. You got more junk to pull out of this room. Okay. Alright, you're dormant. It's go time. No, it's not go time. What am I doing? I need that to be a vacuum. I can't go time. I have to wait for this to be a vacuum, otherwise this is going to mash up into a couple tiles up here and block this. You go, little gas pump. You try your hardest, friend. What I can do is cancel picking up all that stuff. Yep, so I got all materials out here. So this can just try and get this to be a vacuum as fast as possible. It's almost down. It's getting down to milligrams. Okay, what else do we have going on? So we got the volcano going. We're waiting on the steel to finally get here. Which is waiting on being produced. Water keeps showing up here from somewhere, which I'd assume is from up here. But there's like no more ice to melt up here. Oh, you can't reach that. That's fair. Alright, so we can go over here to you. Bring any more calories. Okay, so I definitely need to do more in this area. So you can get the salt water involved here. It's somewhat warm. Yeah, salt water comes out fairly hot. Which now I look at it, is a source of heat we are getting. Because this room is fairly hot here. Unless you make a lot of heat. You make a little heat. This makes heat. We're waiting for the wire to be replaced with iron, because I don't have more iron. Like, they really need an atmosphere suit out here to deal with that. What I might do here, though, is probably not a good use of resources. Make that a manual airlock. How much do you... We got tons of this. I'm gonna close this that way that the oxygen that slowly seeps out as they run in and out of this fills this area. And I'm just gonna try and expand the area that they have access to. It's just something for them to do to be productive for a while. Come on. You busy work? That it is. That it is. It is straight up busy work. Look, man, I don't pay the dupes to stand around. I don't pay them at all. Paying people? Come on. Why would I do a thing like that? Alright, so we're making good progress. We're down to milligrams of pressure. We might still be able to get in here, because the dormant periods on these volcanoes is really long. And so the plan basically will be, we run in, you know, we carve out those 2 spots, we pull out the 1 tile in question, we try and give a person a chance to analyze it, while we keep the other door closed. How confident am I in this actually happening right now? I mean, if it does have a little bit in there, so the other thing is I don't have petroleum lines. So that's the other thing to keep in mind is I do not have more petroleum on the way. So leave it alone. We're not in a rush. We're fine. They are making some petroleum, so we'll get there. Are you dormant yet? No. You don't go dormant for 15 more cycles. That's good. Still don't have more steel. What is... Okay. So disable that. That might be one thing that's using up people's energy. Why am I getting water up here? And there. I'm guessing we had water frozen in a pipe somewhere. That explained it, because that also explained why I have clean water down there, too. Alright, we're getting way down there in the milligrams of pressure. And inside this room, we're starting to get into milligrams of pressure. Okay. So when this becomes vacuum in here, we close the door, and we let them do that stuff. With the priority of trying to get the stuff in here handled first so I could just smash that closed. Because honestly, if that thing erupts and just lava sits in there for a little while, that can be okay for a bit. It's only if I start having it get out of there that's the problem. Still don't get how water gets here. That's what I don't understand. Because I'd assume it means there's a source of water up here. Not sand. That's salt. There's nothing left up here to go. That's all sealed off. This doesn't have any water sources up here. I have no water sources there. Water's coming from somewhere, and I don't really know where. They keep mopping it up, and it keeps showing up. And I don't know. Alright, we're getting there. So we're gonna mine that tile. Because this tile, if it stays in here, it's literally what the volcano's gonna be spitting out. I can live without. It's the piece of granite. What does granite become? Oh, that'd be fine too. Okay, so stepping out at all increases the air pressure a lot. Which makes sense, because this is actually pretty respectable pressure up here. I should have left that other vacuum in here this whole time. It's okay. It seems as long as they're quick in and out, it actually doesn't set it back much. Well, this door I'm leaving open so they could pull the air out of there. My goal is I want this to be basically a vacuum. As long as I leave that tile there, it shouldn't go off. Don't sweep that tile. Okay, so they're still putting work in on that. That's good. We should get all that sealed off. Now what should happen is this should slowly become a breathable environment. Just as they run around and do stuff. Because then I can start opening up more space and doing, like, letting the oxygen get out of there. Like, this will still be our inner room or whatever. But as they run out and the oxygen escapes, that'll be fine. Do we have our steel yet? Nope. They have the materials. I could just increase the priority of the steel production, but I've been choosing not to. So that way they keep... Why are you getting damaged? So you got damaged somehow. And then water showed back up here again. And I still don't know why. Are you getting bubbles of steam in your air system? I shouldn't be. Because this is all oxygen. I don't see any steam in this entire line whatsoever. And the only place that has steam is here, which has been closed for a long time, so there's no way steam's getting out of there. We have steam in here, which is an enclosed system. And I have steam down here, which is an enclosed system. So if we're getting steam, I really don't know how it's getting there. All right. Come on. You're getting so close. Like, it is just lowering the pressure. Like, if we put our mouse down here in, like, one of the corners or whatever, it is the pressure just climbing down. It's just, is it climbing down fast enough? Like I said, once I can get this to be effectively a vacuum, we run in, we start doing our analysis and all that kind of stuff. We reveal it. We try and slam that tile in there. And again, if magma starts building up in there, that's fine. Everything here has a high enough heat that it can handle the magma. And we just need to get water into the system, which the water part's easy. I just hook it up here and the water comes in. All right. Yeah. No, I realize it's going to let air in there, but the idea is if I can get this to be effectively a vacuum here, I could close the door behind it. Let's see. Is there was there talking in your current... Oh yeah, that happens. All right, Max, you're on a mission, friend. Well, water showing up places is easy. keeping water from showing up places. That's a whole different animal. And while it's going, I'm going to be right back in just a minute. So, thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, the hosts, the donos, and the raids. It all helps, I really do appreciate it, and do hope you're enjoying the stream. And I'll be back in just a minute. They're letting way too much air in there. Yeah, they keep opening the door to scan us because I do want them to analyze this. The good news is, yeah, they're letting air in there. But hopefully we have a long time, because like the dormant periods on these, like this one for example, the dormant period is like 50 cycles or something, so it should stay dormant that. Close the door. What are you, born on a planet? No. We don't get a whole planet. We get a weird asteroid thing. It's like a planet, if there wasn't much of it. Alright. Do you have your steel yet? I've been waiting forever. Goodness. I also don't want to prioritize them to do the steel over anything else right now when I want them to be working on, you know, getting this volcano ready. Oh, and all these ladders are totally going to melt, by the way. But it's fine, because they're going to melt into the same stuff that comes out of the volcano. So, it won't matter. Okay. Your next active cycle is in 40 cycles, so we got a long time. Priority 9, pick up that disc. There's I actually don't have a door. My contractor had accidentally broke it. Okay. I'm gonna leave the granite there. I'm not gonna make that a priority. I'm gonna let them seal this thing up first, and then we're gonna... Okay, cool. So that's everything there. That basically, we're waiting for this to be a vacuum, or almost a vacuum. They put the insulated tile in place. There's nothing else they need to do in here. We are at the point I will want to start putting water in there. I'm not sure how much. It's fine. Because what I can do then is we take the pipe, we connect you. So now we're feeding water back into the system. Yep, no, I realize that. But if I have this door close, that's the plan, is I'm going to have them close the door behind him. There'll be some air get in here. I don't think we'll have any meaningful amount of air sneak in at that point. Because we'll have like a little bit get in here, but it's a matter of what gets through that whole process. We're going to close the door behind us. I just can't close the door now or it won't vacuum that. If a single speck gets in there, I'm going to just have to live with it. And watch, it'll completely block one of the intakes. It'll be a whole big thing, and I'll be all angry about it. Not angry, but I'll be annoyed by it. It sounds about right. Where is that water? Why isn't it here yet? Huh. Why aren't you going over here? Oh, well, no, that's open. Why aren't you going over there? Gonna be honest, I don't really get this one. Oh, it's still... I see. If I put that there, it should fix it. Yeah, I'll fix it. It's because it just sees this as an output, and it doesn't know what to do with it. There we go. Let's be mindful of how much water we are shoving in this place. Alright, let's stop that for right now. Well, I think we're gonna figure this out. That should be okay. And meanwhile, we go over here and say... Not there. We'll go here and say, no external water. I think that's okay. I can probably put more in there, but we're gonna wait for now. Okay, that pressure's getting nice and low. Cancel the builder. Oh, thank you. Because it was insulated from non-insulated. Alright. And you have oxalate and brine. I'll take free oxalate. You have plastic now? Nice. Speaking of which, do I have steel in here yet? Not what I need. Okay. So once the vacuum, before we even open the door, we'll just set the door to be like open close kind of thing. How much do I need for an insulated tile? Oh, never mind. You have to be like ceramic or better. I was just like, oh, are those all ceramic? They should be. Yeah, okay, we're good. For some reason I had a panic that like I had swapped a tile or whatever. There we go, and all the steam is running. Bring stuff online. Alright, it'll be really nice when I can actually run those consistently. Could do so much for us. Did it build temp shift plates in a volcano? No. I'm trying to remember, there's a thing I saw with that last time. I don't have the steel for it either. Like, the last time I didn't end up needing them too much. Like, I could have put stuff under there possibly to make it better. I thought it was something that, like, the temperature got high enough that the temp shift plates would melt with what I had access to at the time. I'll have to look. Well, actually, we can check, because here's the steel ones down here. No, that would have been fine. Diamond would do it, though? Oh, yeah, because I forgot. This game's weird and Diamond is, like, super duper conductive. I don't think we have Diamond at this location. Oh, no, there it is. I don't have enough Diamond at this location. Diamond is super duper conductive? I hadn't heard that. Interesting. I didn't know that. I would assume being based on carbon, it'd be kind of crap at being conductive. Interesting. Yeah, no, I just never had considered the conductivity of diamond. I would just assumed it wasn't. Because I can't think of many things that are in crystalline form that are particularly conductive. I guess when gold crystallizes, like, when it forms naturally as crystalline, I guess that's, you know, it's gold. It's super conductive. Yeah. Alright, well, that's interesting to know. I wasn't aware of any of that. You're right on the edge of vacuum here. Sorry, I'm thinking, so, like, fool's gold forms as crystals, pyrite. I thought gold did as well. Like, that was the whole thing, is you had to know the different crystalline structures between pyrite and gold to identify fool's gold from actual gold. Like, don't get me wrong, you pull it up and then you heat and it becomes gold slag and all that kind of stuff. Gotcha, I wasn't even I wasn't aware that all metals formed in crystals. It's just not a thing I had considered before, one way or the other. Alright. So I finished eating my stuff. Like, I have one last thing left, but it's going to be super crunchy, so I'm not going to worry about it. It'll take too long to eat. I'll eat in the end, but I'll do it after streaming a lot. I read a paper a while back about how scientists were looking into taking the spent carbon rods from your reactor, pressing them into diamonds, and then using them for batteries? That'd be interesting. That definitely fall into dealing with extremely hazardous materials. Ah, you are right on the edge of vacuum. And this is all getting super duper low in there. And that's all getting low. Yep, dinner is pretty good. It was just like a charcuterie kind of thing. Tim and me do that from time to time. Do I play with any mods? No, not really. Well, batteries, I mean, yes, you're not wrong. Most batteries are made out of very, very caustic materials. Gotcha. Oh, coating wise. Oh, I see. So you're trying to make a vacuum instead of like dealing with it having like weird rubber bandiness with the environment. It kind of smooths that out. Slickster looks a little unhappy for some reason. I couldn't imagine why. Alright, do you have steel yet? Oh my god, please just make the steel. Oh, you're literally putting iron in the machine right now. And then the power went out. It's great when you can prove a point by example. Oh, yeah, you'll need to do that, won't you? Okay, so you've got that built. But I don't want to add more chores for them to do until they get their other ones done. And this one's waiting on steel. As soon as we get steel, this is already a vacuum. So we just go in here, we put that in there, we let this pump everything out we can, and then we shove the tile in there, and then this is basically set. It shouldn't be too hard for me to get water in the system. I got water sitting right here. Literally, I could just shove a bridge there, and it's over. Probably put it back up here, though. No. Oh, no, I already have a bridge. That's right. I already have a bridge, and it's got a pipe behind it. So literally just plug it in. It spits out water into the room. What I've been waiting on is for the petroleum supply to build up. I've actually got this connected up to put petroleum into the system. It's just... the heat is a problem. So the irony is the thing I'm using to try and solve my problem requires a problem to be solved to solve it. So I actually do kind of want the dirt over here. That's me in real life. Ah, yeah, we're really bringing it down now. Speaking of energy stuff, I hope the ITER project is going to do all right. The ITER project. The ITER project. I do not know that one by abbreviation off the top of my head. They have 6k calories and 6 dupes. I want to pick one more. Nuclear fusion reactor in France designed to finally reach beyond break even. Gotcha. Can't use farm tiles on my ranches, aren't online yet. That's fine. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, I saw it say vacuum. I'm just gonna literally just try and shove the tile in. I think I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm just gonna shove the tile in there, and then we're gonna go here and deal like. I mean, I don't even need to deal with the door. Like literally, just shove the tile in. Once that's vacuum, it probably will be fine. All right. So it's a vacuum up here. And very slowly the rest of it's becoming a vacuum. I still have 35 cycles to get this sorted. So time is not going to be the limiting factor. Wait, did I restrict them going in and out? No? I really don't know why you never went out and did the door. I'll probably just have to tell someone to like open the door, it'll all fall through and all that, but I haven't had a priority to do any of that. Okay. Yeah, so you're just waiting, like, literally your whole existence is just waiting on that. Oh, meanwhile, go and mine that out. Go and mine this. Deconstruct that. You can reach all of this from below, so mine that out and those two tiles. You start working your way back from here. Oh, be real careful. That's right, I got a liquid sulfur vent there. Alright. And I do want that liquid sulfur, but it's not urgent right now, and I'm not ready for it. When you yawned, you popped your jaw? Congrats, I guess? Alright, and we're still just waiting for more iron and stuff like that to reinforce this line. Okay. But the good news is now with this, we can honestly just start having our characters run through here. So remove all restrictions we have in these doors. Honestly, just slam these doors open. Deconstruct those. Deconstruct those. Good job. Cool. And honestly, just deconstruct that door. We don't even need it anymore. Mine that out. We'll have this big area here. Mine those two tiles out. deconstruct this. We start carving our way through this biome. Okay. So our natural gas storage is basically full. You go dormant in 5 days. We're not going to change anything about it. Alright, Darkstar, you take it easy. Oh, you're so close to being a proper vacuum. There's those trace little bits of air left. And part of it's not flowing very efficiently through the single tile gap. But that's fine. They'll actually work in our favor going the other way too. How goes your steel efforts though? Still nothing. Alright, we're bumping the priority on that a little bit. Errands, not even listed. It says no workable orders. Yet again, 58.4 tons of that. It's refined. That's this whole problem we've been doing, though. Refined. That's what's been going on. You know what? Just 50. That's why this hasn't been running this whole time. I was like, why are they not just doing it? I didn't notice that the refined coal was too low. No, wait. Refined carbon isn't too low. Nothing's too low. What is even happening right now? What do you mean there's no current workable orders? It's fine. Let's make a bunch anyways. Why not? Is disabled by the automation grid? Oh, right. Why are you only... What? Why are... I forgot we hooked up it, but why was it set to 40? Oh, you know what? I bet you I built that, and I didn't get a chance... Like, I queued it up to be built, and I got distracted, and I didn't come back to it. Alright, we'll get that steel going. It helps if you actually read the text it has on your screen that's trying to tell you these things. Please tell me you didn't open that door. You did not. Okay. Getting so close. Why are you getting damaged? Is the water going through here so cold? That's a responsible wife. I'll say so.
A little.
A little-ish, kinda. I love you.
I love you. I liked dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It was nummy.
I'll be eating the rest afterwards, but yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for buying it.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
You're a handsome boy.
Yeah. So apparently the water coming out of my metal refinery is too cold and it's breaking the pipes.
Oh, that's upsetting.
I'm thinking, making molten steel, I feel like the water being too cold shouldn't really be that kind of a concern.
I wouldn't think so. There's a fish.
Uh-huh. It's in the gross water.
Oh.
They like the gross water. Is that output for the refinery? The output water can be very hot. Yeah, well, that's what I'm curious about. So this is the route that takes in. So this goes into the input, and that's the output.
Nom, 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 nom.
Wait
Love.
a second. Love. What? There you go. Yeah, so it's pretty cold water. Yeah, so the water coming out of here, like the water going into there rather, was 400. All right, so we got our pipe highlighted. Because the water going in there was like 50 degrees. I would be really surprised if water that's 50 degrees. Okay. Whatever was going on, it seems to have resolved itself. Maybe I had just a couple little pockets of water that were real hot for some reason. I don't know. It's fine. It's sorted. Whatever. Alright, so you got a little bit more steel in there. Why did you open the door? Why did you open... Okay, hang on. No one goes through this door for now. Alright, so we are making another change to help with this problem. I didn't want to because it means I have to shut this down for a minute. Wait, how are they going to construct it? So they are going to go in. I don't want them to open the door until this is pretty much all vacuum. And then when pretty much all of that is vacuum, then we have to rush and put the one tile in there, is the plan. But if I do this, that should help us. Why are you making the door out of steel? Don't do that. You don't need that door to be steel. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to make this out of? Oh, that's copper. Why did you want to make the door out of steel? That was a colossal waste of steel. Because the other door is made out of steel? Probably. I mean, you're not gonna tear it down now, but, you know. So this should help this issue. I should have done this a while ago, but I wasn't willing to do the effort I needed to do. But if we set this up, we can basically have a proper airlock. Bring your own breathable air. It's true. That is what the atmosphere suits are for. Because this way it can have a vacuum before a vacuum kind of situation. So it should go a long way to help this. Yeah, no, I get what a water lock is in the game. Like, that's, we've had them before that just happened on accident. Like, I had deliberately taken the time to set one up, but... Seeing if I have a good example of one. Literally don't even have an example of one around here. Like, I mean, this is obviously an exaggeration of one, but that is technically a wire lock, but you can get it just the 2 tiles. No, that kind of bothers me as well as things that, and I'm not going to say it's exploity or whatever, but that's kind of things where it feels like I'm kind of taking advantage, just like a bug in the way the game works. It's like, it doesn't feel like an intended thing for the game to have. The water locks? Yeah, because I mean, if you would have a decent amount of atmospheric pressure, water shouldn't stretch the entire thing. Nora, there is literally a liquid in-game made for making water locks. Interesting. Like, having the water lock, like this kind of thing, where you have air, you know, a pool of water and air, that, sure, makes sense. But, like, having it where, you know, it stretches across the door like that kind of thing, and it just, the water doesn't figure out how to, like, droop back down, that always bothered me as a thing. Because to me, I'm like, that's not how water works in an atmospheric situation. When water locks are intended, our intended was, they had as part of the promo material the first gameplay trailer. Gotcha. Like, this kind of water lock is always like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, you have atmosphere here and here, you pop down, you pop up, you're good. It doesn't flow, but it is liquid. Yeah. Critter starvation, because there's getting too much not carbon in here. Yeah. I don't know, I want to run the machines. For me personally. Okay. Alright, so that's all vacuumed out now. But you are going to let more stuff in there. I do need kind of like... Second door, it's fine, whatever. Do you have steel? Alright, Cryo, you sleep well. Thank you for tuning in again. You're almost there. I got this stuff up here that I'm like, I'm not even worrying about right now, because I've got a volcano that's uncovered and not sorted. Okay, cool. Alright, Cookie the Fairy. You have yourself a good one. You're out of time, kilograms. Another option is to get a system started with Steam before you run in and seal it. Then clean up the Steam release. Yeah. I mean, in this case, I basically made more of a... How are you powered and you're not? You're on the... You're on... Oh, you're not on the same net power network. Alright, well... Not exactly what I was aiming for, then. Where are you going? Okay, you're picking up the sand. I got worried there for a moment that you were somehow going to magic past not being allowed through that door. Okay, well I guess we're fixing that then. Because that's on the separate grid that has plenty of power to deal with. Like, this is the high power line, but right now it's not sustainable. And you don't have water. Oh, because the water's all backing up trying to get into this system. Right, that's fine. We could fix that. And now the water's back on. Part of why water locks are so common in Oni is there's just not great support mechanical airlocks sort of stuff. One of the problems with being that they tend to break dupe pathing when they're resetting, for instance. Gotcha. So there's like game code limitations on the pathing AI. That's a bummer. Good thing as long as this game has been out, they would have sorted out pathing AI problems. Which I say, even though I've distinctly seen dupes run up and down a ladder as like the one little pocket of air moves in and out of range and then they suffocate and they die on the ladder. Even though there's a perfectly good pocket of air right above them. We're like, no, the one tile of air, it's closer. That is what I should do. Even though it keeps moving slightly out of my range. How close am I? I know I have to get like the stuff from there. Okay, so literally when I get the one stack of steel, I can plop it in there. We'll let it pull the pressure back out, and then we'll drop in the insulated tile. Then we can put the water in the system. I won't be able to turn it on yet, because my cooling system is not primed. Like, it's hooked up. Literally, once we get more petroleum, we'll be good. But I need this to be cooler. So we can disable that building, so at least that's one more source of that. That's not getting worse. It's just this keeps getting hotter and hotter, which is the whole reason I'm trying to get this set up. Like, the whole idea of this is trying to cool this area off, but I need to be able to make it happen. Why do you have the setup in AT? Let's see. Why do you have the setup for an AT, but there's no AT there? I'm waiting for the steel. That's literally the whole reason this thing is just sitting here doing nothing, is I'm waiting for the last little load of steel to be conveyored over, so I can plunk it down there. So it's all wired, plop it in, let it vacuum this out again, plop in a tile, and we're good. Because like the water, I can put the water in there anytime. I can do that right now, actually. Let us do that right now. And I'll start with that. And then cancel you. As far as I know, you can't close a door via signals without pathing treating it as per Noxo. Temperature plates. Oh, you are right. I forgot about them. So temp shift plates. What do I have available here? Do you have diamond? We might have diamond. I have diamond. I have a ridiculous amount of diamond. Instantly, the whole room heats up. Yeah, that's gonna need a double door on it. Or, what is your overheat temperature? What is your overheat temperature? Not high enough. It's possible at checkpoints, but it's a huge pain. If you're going to vacuum, it takes way too long. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to set up a gas pump in here. It doesn't need to be steel. So your overheat temperature, that'd be plus 90. It would have to be gold or steel, wouldn't it? Boo. Yeah. So no matter what I put in here, it's going to get overheated and damaged, which I really don't care. I mean, that's not true. If I put steel in there, it'll be fine. Oh, wait. I already have a bunch of those. That'll be fine. Yeah, I'll just have to do one, like I'll have to do 2 loads of steel. That'll be fine. Because what I'll do is I'll take the first one, I'll make the thermoregulator, I'll put another thing of steel that will put this in here. In the meantime, let's just, for lining stuff up, this won't stay here because it'll get destroyed. You put this here. You connect it there. And you look at the power. You grab that big fat cable. You just cut right across here. And now I cancel that. Oh, meanwhile, we can also go to the automation wire. Where was it on there? I don't mind hooking them both up to the same thing. Okay. Because I'll put that in there, make it out of steel, call it a day. That way I can just pull the air out of there. And I'll just be a solved problem. Just checking something real fast. Okay. It's that time again. To get free oxalate. I mean, they'll be stuck on that little platform. All right. Oh, is this... Yeah, it's open, but because they're said not to go through it. Oh, I could still... Okay, I could just set it... Well, okay, that's fine. They weren't going through it because, like, I know you opened the door, but you didn't give me permission. I need permission to go through the door. Now back to the topic of conductive materials. I read today that a new material was created supposedly that's lighter than aluminum, stronger than steel, and more conductive than copper. Well, they've been doing a lot of stuff with fiber copper stuff that's been like really ridiculous. Is that been using for defrosting plane engines? For wings? Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff that it in itself is like amazingly strong material, but the manufacturing process is, you know, just atrocious. Alright, you're halfway there. How are we doing down here? You're most of the way to a vacuum again. You still have 28 cycles till you're live. Because last time I put the gas pump in here, but even made out of steel, like you look at the overheat temperature, even with it turned off, it still overheats and takes damage, which I find... I mean, it's kind of realistic, kind of annoying that, like, I figured it should only overheat if it's turned on doing stuff. But even just sitting there doing nothing, it still has problems. I remember one of the first times I played, when I went out to space, I set up like an actual proper airlock that literally, like where you see here, I have the double doors not, but I even used the signal, so this door could not open until this was at like vacuum, and then this door wouldn't open until like that one. It was super ridiculous. Your pawn's doing fine. No longer scalding themselves every time they do this because I finally gave them suits. Granted, the suits probably need to be replaced. Yeah, you need replacement suits in there pretty soon. So after the next load of steel, we'll also send them a new set of suits over. It looks like you're down to one suit that isn't worn out. Why do I see... There we go. Yeah, it didn't specify what kind of energy material output was necessarily for creating it. But being looked at as also improving energy production as well. Will probably have a high cost until it's actually put into use, balancing out your cards. Yeah. It's still good that, like, even if it's one of those things that manufacturing is a limitation, saying, okay, maybe it doesn't get commonly used, but there's lots of, special niches where it is worth putting all the extra effort into making something that much more efficient. Stuff like the space program usually comes out with, like, space, satellites and all that, or, things that are like, yeah, I'm putting up several $1,000,000 into these, into space. I'm willing to spend the extra money to get, like, a really good material that's going to make this last longer, or more efficient, or, the many other ways it could be benefited. Versus I am a pillow. Okay. We're almost there. And I'll poke that as well later. Really down next to me, the instant he put his head on my knee, was snoring. Nice. So close on that steel. How's your temperature looking? That seems to be actually balancing the temperature really well. Putting that trace amounts of hot water in there. And it's also shipping water to our other location, which is good. Still waiting for the petroleum. But that's going to be... Like that, I feel like that's going to be one of those things I have to go to this building and say, yeah, just ignore the heat, damage yourself to make more petroleum real fast. So you can get this system online. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're still not deep enough for this, are you? $10 milligrams of air and 2 germs. Poor germs. They had it coming. They know what they did. Alright. Do I have a bunch of... Okay, so you have a bunch of hydrogen, so turn this off again. You're going to disable the petroleum power plant for the moment being. So we're not using any petroleum. So I could start putting more petroleum into this system. I need to get this heat under control. That's the whole point of this thing, is to get that heat under control. If you don't like messing with water locks, the transport tubes can work a decent replacement for airlocks, though they eat a decent bit of power. Yeah, I've seen people use those, like, in videos briefly in the past. Like, not a long time I haven't looked at a... Actually, not include, like, a proper, like, video run. You keep adding diamond to it, and I keep waiting for it to be done, but it seems like you're adding a couple, you know, some grams at a time. Alright. So, do you... You've already kicked the suits earlier on. Pretty late game tech, though? Yeah. So let's check on you. Alright, you got a little bit more steel. You almost got a full stack of steel, finally. Alright, you're almost a vacuum again. And you're working your way into making this a vacuum as well. Because we do that, we walk through there only, you know, somewhere in the milligrams we'll get through there. We get down here, it'll be like next to nothing. We can get the insulated tile in place. That'll be sealed off. And that'll be good. And then once that's sealed off, like, I don't care nearly as much about this space after that point. I just don't need a huge amount of air that when I'm messing with this, I can just shoot heat through this whole thing. That'll be good. Once this is hooked up, I think that'll be steady enough that I won't be able to keep this thing going forever. But it should go pretty consistently. And then let me make this like super duper cold over time. I'm surprised it still runs while fully submerged. Gonna be honest. That is not a thing I had anticipated it being capable of doing. Sure. Let's see, one dupe will run in to deliver the material for the tile, and another will run and deliver the material for the battery, and a third will run in to pick up some drop material, and then the fourth will stand at the door while building the tile. Yep, probably. You're probably not wrong with all of those things. Alright, let's check in you. Are you full? No, you're not full. I got excited. And you need water again. That's fine, you'll get it. Oh, let's check you. Are you... Yeah, your reservoir's fine. Yeah, so just slowly crawling down. You're just leaving all that alone because I don't care. It does sure take it a while to make it a vacuum. Alright, so you're dormant, so all the natural gas stuff is going to be shut down soon enough. The good news is we do have a lot set up there because I switched you over to petroleum. Oh, that's part of the problem. Is I'm not getting petroleum through to run this to make the steel to go over there to fix the petroleum. Ah, good. Another system that depends on the depends on the thing that needs to be fixed to fix the thing that needs fixing. That's two separate systems, we have that exact same problem going with it. But then that's another chunk of steel. That might be enough to finally kick us over to get the next thing built. So close. One more round will be enough. And then we can get our extra aqua tuner. I wonder if it should do the auto wrangle thing here and just have it dump the slicksters down here. Just down here anywhere. Not even because I want them to make oil, but I want them to get rid of carbon dioxide. I think I'm going to do that. Where would be the best place to drop them off? Probably just like right over here, honestly. I can literally just make a platform out here and just like put the slicksters here. Okay, so we got just this little pocket. And again, it's that one tile being not a great thing for pulling the air out. Okay, so you're still waiting on refined metal to improve your power, which I don't think is going to come anytime soon. They finally carved that out. Start carving this to be easier to traverse. Start opening the space up. And for right now, I can put them here. Just like slap them there just for the time being. Gonna do it. Like, because otherwise they just sit there until they die or whatever. So max number of creatures. So I want only those slicksters. And any creature I wrangle can go over there. We'll say 6 creatures is the maximum. Because I think more than that, and they're not reproducing and all that, and I can just keep dumping them down here. And again, I don't really care about the oil. It's just to have them be just a giant carbon sink would be good enough for me. And we'll cut that open to get through there, and I'll let them just go loose and make a mess. How much longer do I have? 23 more cycles. Okay, so we can cut that out. Cut all this out. Cut that out. Chip those tiles out. And we can go over here. Go to you, and you. I don't feel a need to dig too much lower. Like, I don't need to go lower than this pool that much. The bottom of this pool, like here, height-ish. Actually, I can go... Alright. I still want this to be the bottom where everything drains down into. Alright. Do you have your steel yet? No. Because you need water. Plant temperatures are good. You're dormant. You won't be dormant for much longer. Okay, so they are starting to chuck the slicksters down here. The good news is those slicksters eat a lot of carbon dioxide. So do you still show as crowded? Nah, okay. That's a big thing. So I didn't want them to be crowded. That way they'd keep making more slicksters. Is that it? You're full? Are you actually full? You're not actually full. You're right there at full. You know, send that across, and then while we wait, we'll send across a couple more atmosphere suits, because the ones they had are all getting damaged. Then passing them back, which then they should automatically get repaired at the repair station. Oh, the gold? I actually need the gold. Here, I'll take the Paku. You needed the gold. Oh no, we did need the gold, but we can use the gold here, maybe? Oh, did I must have actually selected it. It's fine, whatever. Irrigation. Alright, so we need to go over here where I've been sending all that water on to the next stop. So that's the route out, so we can just go snip. Yeah, because I need actual process metal there. Okay. Right, and they make lime. Keep dumping all the water and the carbon down here. Just making more and more. It is a little worrisome that if this ever gets hot enough that that carbon evaporates, that'd be bad. I don't even want to know how many... Yeah, there's physically 12 tons of carbon sitting there in solid form. If that evaporates, oh boy, that is going to be a lot of air pressure. Alright, well, one thing we can do... Oh, it's not actually a good angle for me to get it. I'd say one thing I do is I carve my way over here to get access to all this, all these plants and everything. I'm like, oh, I mean it can, but it's not going to be easy to make it happen. Cancel that out. It's a dump bunch of water down through this system. That's fine. Let's connect all these. And I want to go down here. Click those. And the Pip's so proud of its little place. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna take all your plants. Sorry. Let's expose more sand where they can plant more stuff. And there's spot sand there I can expose. Expose that sand where they can plant more stuff. All right. Let's check your dupe skills. We haven't checked that in a while. So you've got your researching maxed out. I'm also going to make you a cook. Get better at building, that's fine. You can be a doctor. You don't get anything else because you're going to get mad about it. Alright. Yeah, so unintentional water lock in that door. Oh, weird. There's a little pocket of space. Yeah, the thing is, like, the more points you give him so far as that stuff. Okay, so this is like one spot here that's space exposure all around it. So this tile is also going to need to be drywalled. That should be the last of it. And I'm having them just cut across to try and get over here to all these plants. Do I have them set to put those in there? Yeah, those will grow in there. Oh, the thimble reed. You can try and plant that. I don't think we have any of that, but, you know, why not? So we can't give... So I could give you the skills, but if you look at the way the skills work in this game, if I choose like one of these characters, if I mouse over that, you'll notice where it says morale up here in green. If I give them that skill, it has a morale need gets higher. So if I have a character who just doesn't need to do stuff, I don't want to get that because it means there's going to be more and more. It's like basically like making a character more and more needy of morale stuff. Otherwise, they have meltdowns and all that. So you don't want to just dump the massive number of skills as you can on someone if you don't have to. Okay, so enable that. Am I needy? No, because I haven't given you way too many skills. It's why you're content to go down into the oil pit and you were willing to burn yourself severely to make sure we had natural gas. You don't do that anymore, you're covered. But, you know, Oh, I don't want to deal with a bunch of needy pawns. They'll just end up breaking stuff and all that, and I'll get tired of dealing with them. And there's things you can do to manage that. That'll make them happy. Alright. So they're happy with that. They're already adding more steel to this. That's fine. I want them to load it up with atmospheric suits as well. Meanwhile, I can finally go over here. And that should be enough that I can go Aqua Tuner. Steel. Do it. And how much do you need? Oh, you need like nothing. Okay, so that's enough steel to just accommodate what we needed. So we'll build those two things, then I plug this up, and then we're good. Well, we're good other than I don't actually have the petroleum I need to cool the system. Can you choose some skills again? No, I literally am not adding the skills because your character will just melt down and I will deliberately murder them because I get tired of dealing with them. It's a strategic decision to not give people all the skills. Like, you could literally max out a character in absolutely everything, but it would be such an unbelievably atrocious to deal with characters. Like, it's not even like, haha, funny, they break down. It'd be like, it would just be annoying. I imagine that would be a challenge mode to play the game, is have nothing but dupes with maxed out skills. So you have to do everything humanly possible to give them stress relief and every possible other thing. Okay, cool. So they already got this loaded up again. So we're going to tell them to enable that building and do not allow more materials. So that way they can pass through the atmosphere suits. Right. Oh, you're basically non-existent atmosphere in there. Okay. And disable that building. Alright, we got new atmosphere suits on this end. That's fine. They'll trap themselves and they'll dig the tile they're standing on, and they'll be fine. Can't remember what scalding. Oh. I think that may have been why it was said earlier. They're still dealing with irrigation. It is slowly being fixed. Okay. Sure. Yes, just need more water in the system. That's fine. You're fine. All that stuff's good. You got plenty of food here. Okay. How much longer do you have? 20 cycles. And you went dormant for another 60 cycles. Gotta love it. Alright, there's literally just that to build. And then we wait till they pump it out as a vacuum. And it's good. You know what we could do with this? So I'm sitting here going, oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna get... So I've currently got that set. And if I look at its automation, what was its automation set for? So its automation is set for this. Hear me out. If I slam it open or close one way or the other, it should deplete that system. There, so we are dumping the petroleum in here. Do not send the petroleum across the way right now. Just straight up dump it directly into the cooling system here that we've been needing to get set up for a while. That way I can run this as soon as it's ready. You're going the wrong way. We can fix this. We will put a bridge up here. And then we'll take the insulated pipe and connect it here. And then we'll cut you and you. I can cancel the construction of that, that's fine. Deconstruct that. You're the wrong way still. Yes, I can put a bridge here and that should solve this problem. Okay, once we get this through real fast, we're in pretty good shape. And they can connect that up and send it to the other location, and then we'll just attach everything per normal. There's too many gaps in this so far. Okay, they got that set up, so now it's time to mash you in there. That'll be good. Okay, come on. Okay, so it seems to be fine, so we can go ahead and cut that pipe. And just let me send the petroleum over to the other location. Cut this pipe as well. Why are you not building this? I need this built. You are overheating. That's pretty annoying. Okay, actually at this point, we should... Okay, that's fine. You can't really build anything but wires out of lead. Yeah, was that made out of lead? It is. Alright, had been a deliberate decision. Okay, so set you to that, set you to 50. We'll stop sending petroleum that way. Now it should continue to go here for this. We'll enable this, and so what should happen now, that should start being able to run these to get steam going. And that should start being able to cool stuff off. Just disable that building for a little while. I gotta deal with this first. A couple more seconds before this becomes steam. Turn it off. And then these will kick on in a moment. And put more water into that system. We should be able to start bringing the temperature of this down a lot more. So, I didn't think about the volume of what I'm trying to cool in here. And I didn't think about the fact that it's picking up way too much heat as it's trying to go along, so it's actually drawing the heat up here. So instead of having the cooling effect we were hoping for, it's actually heating things up. That said, it is bringing the temperature of the oil down, just not at any meaningful speed. Meanwhile, disable this thing, so at least I'm not pulling more and more hot liquid out of there. I'm surprised it's not getting hot enough to run the steam very long. Okay, the temperature is coming down. We can bring that temperature down enough, then it should have a cooling effect of the entire area. Problem is the moment I can't get to run sustained because I don't have the petroleum in the system. They're not making the petroleum because it's too hot up here. It's too hot because I made this whole thing out of radiant, thinking, yeah, I'm going to cool this off. That was dumb of me. Yeah, it's like instantaneously back into heat, and we don't even see like any... Ah, that's a problem. Alright, I need to start replacing this whole area with insulated pipes. And focus on the hallway above. Oh, I should probably take this to the other location. Alright, I didn't want to do this, but it's gonna have to happen. I mean, this is cooling. Very slowly. Very, very, very slowly. Because it was at 170, and it is coming down. But the problem is, it's not coming down fast enough. So, new plan. At least for the input side, you're all insulated pipes now. Once you go up here and you do the radiant, you cool down this supposedly, then I don't care if we try and cool down the pool. But first, I gotta get this under control. Do I have metal to make a better battery on hand? Yes, I do. Alright, so deconstruct that. Make it out of steel. Let's go ahead and get the liquid shut off here as well. So at least those won't shut down when the heat's too high. I need both of these to be assembled at really high priority. Really high priority, please. As in, just do it. Alright, we still got a decent amount of hydrogen left. My hope is to get this thing kicked over. I'm trying to thin that enough that we can potentially pick up the ethanol, drop it in here, so it fuels the petroleum generator for a little while. Why are you not building it? There you go, you have the supply iron. Okay, once that's built, we should be able to bring stuff back online. What is your overheat temperature? You're made out of lead as well, aren't you? Cobalt ore. Alright, so at least those will be turning on and off now. And we will slowly be able to try and cool stuff off. Okay, they keep getting it down to about 127. Alright. Let's try doing this. For right now, we'll have just one of these run consistently. Because it'll probably be better than them toggling on and off, on and off. Because it'll take it from the 170 down to 140. Once we get the battery to be charged up a bit, we'll try and lower it more. Alright, we're getting there. I was just too ambitious in what I thought that was going to be able to cool by itself. Like, it is cooling the crude oil, it's just... Right now, it's more of a problem than a benefit. Okay, good. Now the petroleum's at least getting here at a more reasonable temperature. So hopefully with some running, we'll be able to get that to a better temperature as well. Just got to replace all of this, aren't I? There. So all the stuff in the oil, we're just replacing that to be insulated. Let's get back over here, because we've been ignoring this, and that could be very detrimental to our health if I don't remember to finish. All right, you got 14 cycles. You are a vacuum. You're a full vacuum. Everything about you is a vacuum. A ceramic tile. Maximum priority. You are near vacuum up here. So I do not want to see building or supplying. I just want to see illicit run down here and just build it. Any day now. Oh, door restrictions. Okay, they did immediately supply both buildings. Thanks. Okay, that's acceptable. That's basically a vacuum. All right. So now that is a vacuum. It's time to make terrible mistakes. We'll go here. So this is on the same network. Automation. Now that's top priority. Okay. Because then we can start shifting these to be colder. It's so annoying that they're doing like one tile, run away. Like one drop off. They can't carry enough to build one block. Alright, it's getting to 120 more consistently. So pretty soon it'll start cooling that place off if everything goes well. Because that's the idea, is it should keep... Why are you building that? This is top priority. I've literally flagged it. Okay, it is your current errand. Do it. Do it. That's curious. I wonder what's actually putting that heat. Is the heat just stopping to exist? No, it would be the carbon dioxide in here is superheating very rapidly. That one tile of carbon dioxide. I don't like that. I'd really like you to build this, please. Because that unit of carbon dioxide is already up to 700 degrees. And then I assume is what's going to happen is that heat is going to bleed off up here, probably next. Ah, we are going to have some bleed through there. I think that's okay. Maybe. So, I don't really want to poke a hole in here, just let the water run back out. I'm also wondering if I should... Yeah, so that's drawing heat away, but it keeps accelerating. I think we are going to do the thing where I use this as one giant heat sink. Yup. This is going to create a lot of steam and a lot of problems, but I do think if I don't get ahead of this, we're going to have a real problem here. I'm also terrified that this is already a giant problem. Actually, I don't want to do that. I changed my mind. I feel like that's going to immediately go real bad. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to take the strategy of, if we plug it up and we look the other way, did it ever really happen? Because those are just climbing in temperature. Oh, You're gonna boil those 2 tiny little bottles of brine I left in there. So, hey, let's talk. I would like you to make that now. Hey, we actually got some petroleum through the system. That means we made some. Which means it's working. Oh, yeah, there we go. So the liquid in there is getting down to the 70s. We're making it. Slowly but surely, we're cooling that off. And it's cooling this area off, which is going to let this run more and more. Yeah, so you actually have like a little bit of cool in here. That is what we wanted to see. And as soon as this thing actually is able to keep the temperatures down, this will start making petroleum. It'll run more consistently. We'll be able to, like, probably won't even need both of those on, but I've got them both there just in case. Okay. Did you melt the temp shift plate? That shouldn't have been possible. Wait, wasn't your melt point 4,403? Wait. How did... The melting point in this is 4,400 degrees. You don't get to 4,400 degrees. Why did you melt? That one was steel, though? But then why did it become gold when it melted? Oh, you're saying this one is steel. Oh, I see. Well, that is bad. So we're just gonna let this do whatever it's going to do. I bet you when I planned to build it, I had enough steel and it's fine. I wish it was easier to prevent things from, like, choosing different materials, like just really noticing carefully. I mean, it's on me for not observing it, but I wish it was much harder to fail to observe it. Hey, you're getting battery power. Love to see it. There's a mod for that? Why am I not surprised? For now, disable these 2 buildings. I don't need to keep making this a vacuum for the time being. That's fine. They are slowly losing their temperature. That's fine. If I go down here, red. Cool. So we got a long time before, actually, that we don't have a long time. That'll go up soon. This should be all set up. No, it's not. I don't have petroleum going through it. It has no coolant. That is deeply concerning. You're trapped. How did you make yourself trapped? You are not trapped. Why are you the way you are? It's fine. You figured it out. Hey, and you got all the things. Don't let it replant those. We dug those up fair and square. They're ours now. In fact, kill it. Don't kill it. Where did all my pips go? Where did all my pips go? Okay, do not kill the pip. What? I had like 4 or 5 of them in here. I was letting them eat the wood. Where did they go? Maybe they went some there and the temperature was outside their comfort? I don't know. What is your comfort zone? Remember correctly, murdering them last stream? I don't remember murdering them. I thought it was deliberately keeping the pips alive here. Oh, you have a fairly small comfort range. Oh, it could also be all the chlorine in their environment and everything. Either way. Um, yeah, no, it's probably between, like, that scalding hot water in the bottom of the room now. It probably was just too much for him. Speaking which, it's slightly alarming to me that there's scalding hot water in the room. So, you know, I think I'd like to make a change for that. Let's... Not whatever that was. Oh, you're all just really hot. Look. I don't want all this heat. Wasn't really what I wanted to do here. This is mostly mild up here. I have to deal with that. Yeah, that's right. That pip will find its way over. Wait a second. Oh no, it's just cool. It's fine. I also released a bunch of slicksters here. They're gone. Oh, it's pretty cold for a slickster up there. That's probably it. That's fine. I'll keep collecting them and dumping them. It'll be fine. Choose blueprint, oxalate. Sweep it. Start trying to get these seeds home. If the pip wants to plant stuff, the pip is going to have to come back here to plant stuff. So you might as well open the door now if there's not pips in there, because that's the whole thing, is I kept that door closed so the pips couldn't get out. And we don't see pips anywhere here, so like I said, I think it was just this was simply too hot for them, and so they died. But that's okay, they planted the plants and that's all I needed them for in the first place, so, you know, whatever. Going for the volcano. Thank you for the reminder. That is, like, literally that should be going now. Yeah, we got that set up now. Sweet. So now it's time to go over here. So let's go down here to our line. We've already got hooked up and ready to rock and roll. I believe you go up and you go down. So we go like this. Pipe. Bang and bang. In just in case it's different materials. Choose cancel. And then we can go ahead and go like this. So now I got that set up, so it's going to route this way. No, it's not. So it goes this way, it comes through, it goes like that. So... how is this organized? So you're going to go through there and loop back. But the idea was... I don't remember how it's supposed to be laid out. Because you need to go through here. Okay, this'll work going this way. I can go here. I can cut you. I can cut you. Whatever this... Alright, this song is not happening. I don't know what it is, but that song is not happening. Okay. It looks like we got it all set up now. Now I need to connect you to inject the new coolant. It's going to take a minute because I have a bunch of the gaps on the other side. Okay. I know. Give me a moment. I am busy trying to fix my coolant line. Yes, that's the end of the gaps here. Yeah, there's one or two gaps after that. That's totally fine. I just need to make sure that, like, we don't have a ton of gaps in the system. But the good news, that means we are producing petroleum, which does mean I should be able to take my petroleum power plant back online over here, too. Because it's supposed to prevent petroleum from going through... Come on. From going through here if I don't have the a bunch in storage. Okay. And you got like one or two spots over there that'll be good. Alright. So that should fix that. And then if we connect this, they'll turn our petroleum power plant back on. That'll be one less problem I gotta deal with. What other power sources do you have? That wheel. So you don't need to run the wheel anymore. Okay. Meanwhile, what is your issue? Your air is fine. That air I don't care about. This is irrelevant. I got this going on over here. So we'll just take the oxalate, please, and thank you. Alright, I think one thing we're going to do here is do that so in the future I can literally just cut across the entire top. Just say, I want the oxalate, boom, and then it happens. Oh, that one actually blocked the door. So I wonder with this one if I have to tell them to open the door before they will do it, because the other one, they literally never did it. So go mine it, please. Because then I'd like to tell the door to not do its... Good job at hitting just one block. Always make any order and give that door really high priority as you vent off air, kind of defeating the point of the oxalite. Okay, that's fine, whatever. So it'd be nice if I could get the pip in here. Let's do this. The ladder's across. I believe the pip can get across? I don't actually know. Alright, so our thing's going over here. You need irrigation, which means you're out of fresh water, which is deeply concerning. You're now getting down to 30 degrees. So petroleum thing is able to go completely solid. To make manufacturing petroleum a higher priority. So we're now cooling this entire hallway really cold. I might actually have to loop it through this area more. From the looks of that pipe, I gotta loop it through there more. I really don't have a good way of looping it through there, though. Which is why I didn't do it in the first place. I think I kind of figured with how much I'm cooling all of this down, it would be fine. And maybe it will be. It might be a thing that I just gotta wait for it to equalize a little bit more. With making all this that cold, that should help. Because it's also taking away one of the primary sources of the heat. One thing that would probably help. Give it more airflow. Ooh. Actually, is there a good place I can put those? So, alright, well, first of all, before they start starving, you need to be giving me water on this end of the system. So we took that offline a while back. Over here. Because it's just absorbing too much water. How are your dupes able to survive that heat? Oh, so if we go over there, I have an atmosphere checkpoint up here. So they run through with the atmosphere checkpoint, they do all that. I need to be getting more oxygen in there, which I've got the oxygen. This environment's rich with it. We're just not getting enough through. Oh, right, because this is only running when it needs hydrogen. For the moment... For the moment, let's just set it to oxygen. So you can pump much through. Basically what's happening is I was having it just pull out the hydrogen before, and now it's like, well, no, I actually do want it to just pump air into the suits, period. That's probably the reason they're not doing more with the petroleum. Okay, we'll want to turn that back on. Yeah, so they're wearing the atmosphere suits, and the atmosphere suits make it so they can handle a lot of heat. They can't go, like, swimming in lava or anything. But, here, I believe I grab Lux right here. Where was it? Here, I can actually look at the suit itself. So it contains an atmosphere suit. Where are you at? I was trying to see the atmosphere suit. Here we go. So scalding threshold 1300 degrees. So they can get some pretty nasty temperatures before it becomes a real problem. Wait a second, what's happening here? Oh yeah, okay. Oh, don't run on the wheel anymore. Yeah, so the problem I'm noticing is they're just absolutely obliterating the power on that battery. Like, the battery, the speed that thing is emptying is remarkable. Yeah, it seemed to be getting stuck right around 20 degrees. Is it finally time to build a battery bank? Maybe. I guess the idea that's what you do is you build, like, 8 or 9 batteries or whatever. I mean, in the meantime, what I could do here is I could just say, how would you feel, game, if we just, smash down 2 more batteries right here. Just to make it so it's not quite as, like, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Because it should triple our battery storage. And then we can go down here. Yeah, that's still... Okay, good. That's still straight up vacuum. We're just kind of waiting for that to kick off. Yeah, the air in there got pretty superheated. I wish I had noticed that I didn't make that steel, because now I basically made this area really hot as well. I do think that is something I could afford to just... Not a lot of steam. Just put like a little water so it becomes steam and goes water and becomes steam and goes water. Just have like the cycle for cooling. But I want to be careful that it's not a lot. Where are you hooked up to? You're hooked up to literally nothing. That's where you're hooked up to. So you become active in 5 cycles. There's a worn atmosphere suit over there for you to deal with. Okay. With all those problems dealt with, I guess it's time to start finally looking at what you've got up here. So, the first thing I'm going to need to do with all this garbage is we're going to need storage for this stuff. Because I'm going to be pumping out absurdly cold liquid oxygen. So I definitely don't want to, leave that out and about. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll get rid of this, this part of ladders here. There's like no weird mechanic of the game to deal with heat. It's kind of nonsensical. I don't expect to use it. Sure. I remember people pointing out that there were like bugs with the game that you could just do all sorts of weird stuff with dumping heat and all that. That was not exactly how I wanted you to deal with it, but I mean, I guess it's fair. Those will be liquid, not liquid oxygen reservoirs. Hmm. One thing I should do in here, and we'll see if I can. I should have a sensor so we don't turn on the pump unless it's cold enough. I want to have a nice little cushion so I won't instantly turn back from being oxygen. So temperature sensor, right there, and an automation line. Mechanical doors will conduct heat very well when you close them, but when you open them, because they cause a vacuum. But I'm gonna open something, diamond tiles and all that. Oh, you could do, yeah, I could see where you could do like weird shenanigans, the door opening and closing, and how you have to adjust the heat. I'd see that be kind of fun, a fun way of being all glitchy and weird with it. All right. Wait, am I hooking up the right vent? I don't think I'm hooking up the right vent. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I have both the vent and the outlet going through there. Well, in this case, I already have a vent for oxygen up here. Okay. I say make sure it's a higher priority. Because then we'll seal the door for people going in. This door can already be sealed for the time being. Because this is almost ready to kick in. Wait a second. Where does my oxygen in? Am I making a mistake? So there's your oxygen input. Right, and I will need to add the hydrogen. That's right. So add the hydrogen to this line. Got a hydrogen line down here. Okay, so are you a proper hydrogen line or are you mixed? I'm seeing nothing but hydrogen going through there. You're mixed. Okay. So this is the hydrogen line down here. So what I can do is, which way do you go? You're the natural gas line, so you go this way. I can take the hydrogen line, and you go this way. And we just plug that in right there. Till we start the rotation of all that, and then we disconnect it. And actually, for that matter, let's disconnect it for the time being, just so we don't lose track and get the whole thing choked up and have to... I mean, if I have to bleed off a little bit of hydrogen, I don't really care. Because we'll start doing that to take... I don't need oxygen in there. That's not what I'm trying to do. Hang on. Glad I remembered that before we got too far. I'm trying to deal with polluted oxygen. I know, the time. I'm aware. But disconnect that. I need the polluted oxygen, which is this reservoir, which I have not done anything with this whole time. Just one more cycle. Yup. How do I even get this around there? So that's a hydrogen line. There we go. So you go here, then here, then here. Run the whole way around there. Actually, I think you need to be not on the intake, but the output. Alright, for this to work, you need a ladder that drops down there. And it should go all the way up there. Yeah, we're on the correct set of checkpoints, that's fine. Okay, and with that, I would be able to prime everything up to potentially just get the thing working. Like, it's just gonna store the liquid oxygen for the moment. But that'd be a good test. I mostly just want to see this volcano kick off, and then once that's done, I'm probably gonna wrap. Okay, so temperature's going down now, like, a lot. Which I find curious, because where are they going? Ah, they're going into that tile. Interesting. Well, that salt's doing magic, that's for sure. The good news, though, is the carbon dioxide is mostly not as bad. It's still 1100 degrees. Okay. Yeah, so you're about to go dormant, and you're about to come off of being dormant, and there's overlap. So you should at least have mild steady power. Oh, your food is good. Yeah, you're still running into water problems. Like, that's an issue I gotta sort out. Now, is the other colony, because the oil is running consistently, it's just gobbling up too much water. And you already have desalinization and water treatment going. I had the giant, massive pool of water I intend on trying to process. You know what it could even be? Rather than doing a whole big effort, I could just put like one pump down here, put it up, have it go to like some kind of splitter, and just feed into whatever system it needs to go into. And just go, yeah, it'll get sorted out eventually. Like, just have it, you know, doing the slow repair, like slow sorting out. You're still good on calories for now. You can use the extras. And they're working on that, they're working on this. Oh, you're getting real cold. We're down to 9 degrees. Alright, so what was your temperature you could get down to? So your petroleum. You can get to minus 70. And this cools it by 25 a go. So right around there. All right. Yes, it is just straight up making this area frosty. Now, the insulated pipe does seem to be, like, amazingly insulated. But that said, I do have these bridges in here, and those bridges aren't perfect. So my hope is that we can actually start cooling off this general area. Yeah, it does seem like we are actually slowly starting to cool off some of this area around here. Now, the question is how much heat these are making versus how much heat we're getting rid of with this. They're not making a whole lot of petroleum very fast. I do think ultimately I'll probably have to run this past here kind of thing. Put one of the plates behind this. Well, no, I can't because of the lining up of that. Maybe I can put like along here. But basically you get the idea. Run it back here to cool all the air behind all these two. Unreachable build. Oh, because none of those have oxygen in them. Oh, because now it's full of hydrogen. I think for the moment, we're just going to... I think for the moment, I'm just going to go to the automation on here. And just deconstruct it. And just let the thing run forever. It's a total waste of power, but it's fine. Yeah, because what should happen is that should just clog up the pipe if it goes too long. That's fine. Because these weren't running because they didn't have oxygen in their suits, so they couldn't run down to work on them. Okay, the amount of water we're going through now is a problem. I'm just going to have to get more sources of water. You're mopping up. How are you doing? You gotta be getting close to erupting, right? 1.5 cycles. And you're getting all that pipe built, so that's good. You've already got the ladder built so you can reach the whole thing. Got most of the pipe up here. Got our last reservoir over there. We'll finally be able to clean the polluted oxygen, which will be amazing. And for right now, it's going to go into storage, but the idea would be that we'd pump it back in here anytime our oxygen gets low. But it's kind of one of those things that I need to be very careful about that, because if I start pumping it down and I don't commit to putting it in here, it's just going to, like, leak. Or it's going to, like, rupture the pipes. So you could see one of those things that I, like, put in a spot up here. And just, I can hit a button, inject a bunch of oxygen, then just let the pressure shoot it down kind of thing. Okay, you're hurting for water as well. Why is everything hurting for water? Power. You really consider that underwater? Really? Okay. The desalinization will give us a little bit more water into the system. How's the temperature in here? It's fine, we're gonna bump this up a little. Because the problem is I'm out of all water. Like the polluted water we're running out of, the regular water we're running out of, we're just using too much water right now. You about ready? Come on, half a cycle. Because my fear is if I stop now, I'll totally forget that's even a thing that's happening. And I won't even know if it's in working order. And it's not cooling down reliably yet, but my hope is that this is what's going to fix it. Just having this many on different circuits steam and all that. Should help. Starvation? There is plenty of food, you should not be starving. I find it interesting that's like, you have 111 kcals of food. Warning. Brine? It's like, one of your more of your dupes are very hungry. I mean, yes, that's fine. The food's there. That's a them choice. They're choosing to not drink and eat and everything. It may not be a production, but a distribution problem. Well, no, it's literally I've got a giant fridge full of food and they're just really far away and they're like, but I'm hungry. It's like, well, then go to the fridge. I really need the water to be an issue, like a solution. Because I'm doing desalinization, I'm converting polluted water. I shouldn't be sending it over to the Ark colony anymore. I'm not. I'm bringing this water in. This I'm only bringing in very small amounts. This pipe had a whole bunch. So one thing I could do here is cut this back here. We can inject a bunch of water right back into the system real fast. That'll fix the problem short term. Okay, I'm already noticing a problem with this, so let's get the atmospheric pressure. Alright. So get rid of this sensor. That's what we're going to do. We use the atmospheric pressure, and we're going to use that to turn on and off the pump based on the air pressure. So that way it's not running constantly, but it's running when there's enough air to do something with it. I don't know why you're not building that. It's fine, it's not urgent. It's just barely avoiding getting into the negative temperatures. It's saying like right around 0. Just not quite steady enough to avoid doing that. So close. Yeah, because on the return trip it is getting up to 20-something degrees. Let's even get cold enough that it, there's nothing as permanent as a short-term solution. Yep. Okay, so that's good. It's got enough power that one of them turns on and one of them turns off. I can live with that. Because with that, it should be able to reach a point that it's cold enough that it doesn't need to keep both of them running all the time. They're able to get to minus 20 now. Come on, you can do it. That was minus 30 I saw. We're almost at the point where we'll shut off the second one periodically. And we are producing. I saw the second one shut off for there for a moment. Well, I mean, now it shut off because the power went out because it ran out of hydrogen. So now they're becoming less reliable. Oh, those again to minus 45. That was plain and simply minus 45 I'm seeing. We're getting there. So that means coming back it's at like already negative something degrees. Look at where we have our bridges real fast. You're supposedly trapped. What have you done? You know what? I have a solution for this problem. Hey, look! You're not trapped anymore. Ooh, minus 50, I saw it. You didn't erupt. Oh, you're gonna erupt in like 10 more cycles? I thought you're about to erupt right now. Alright, I'm not waiting 10 cycles. Come on. Yeah, no, I'm not waiting 10 cycles. Waiting like 1 or 2 more cycles, like, okay, that'll be fine. Yes, it's going. So it does seem like our petroleum... Can't see if you're going up or down. Looks like you're losing 10. But how fast do you tick back up? So we are gaining petroleum. Not at a great rate, but we are gaining it. And that's with the petroleum generator running like absolutely full tilt. Like absolutely full tilt. Alright, so what I'm going to do is this one. And I'm doing it that way so it'll kick in to bring that one down, but if it's already cold enough, it'll just bypass that one so that this one should stay on more steadily and this one should go on and off more. Because it would seem without the hydrogen running much, it does fall behind. Like how cold I am actually making this place is pretty amazing. Now, downside is this oil, like we are cooling it, but not at any meaningful rate. Like, it was 170, that's barely crawling down. Yeah, so we're basically a net positive on the petroleum. So that's good. Yeah, and then this will put the petroleum in the line we want. Okay. So we are producing more petroleum than we're wasting. And this seems to be going fine. With that, this is effectively self-sustaining now at a horrifically inefficient rate. But it is self-sustaining. I mean, we do have to, like, manually do the petroleum, but that's good. Hey, the follow! Welcome to the stream. So we got coal. We're gonna put the coal over here, because you actually use coal over here. All of our irrigation is super broken. Even though I'm not exporting any water out of here at all. We're just not getting enough water through the system. Like, I wonder how hard it would be to just sit here and put something down here to, like, make it boil like a coil to just make it boil around here and just turn it on and off kind of thing. So it detects not water. Or rather, turn it off when it detects any type of water around it or steam around it. And it just, like, let it run, boil a bunch of water off, turns off, let it run, boil a bunch of water off. I mean, really, I kind of just want to make this work over here, where it's hot enough that I can bleed just enough through that we just get a little bit of boiling at a time to just clean up all of that. Really, honestly, I should probably just make a pump. Salt water goes there, dirty water goes there, clean water goes up here, and just slowly drain the pool and close these systems so that I can just control it. Oh, you're having atmosphere problems. That's an issue. Hang on. Okay. So I'm pulling so much. Alright, okay. We got there. That's probably just having it run solid. Let me do this. Atmosphere sensor. Do that. And only when the pressure is at 1500. Turn it on, start pumping. So air pressure is getting very high down here. Like, really, really high. The thing is, where my next air pump is, been overtaken by oil. Okay. You're talking like eardrum shattering levels of high pressure down there. Yeah, so Slicksters, I'm gonna need you to pick up the gobbling up of all of the carbon dioxide, please. I see there's a small army of you down here. I'm gonna need you to eat all of the carbon dioxide you can. Like, this is one big buffet for you down here. Okay, it's gonna erupt pretty soon. I think we still have like 8 cycles. Yeah, 7 cycles. Alright, I need to stop getting distracted. I need to wrap. I can't wait for that, because that's gonna be like past 5:30 in the morning for me. So, anyways, let me go ahead and stop the recording.